All right, welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much for session 24, group 5.
Taboo.
What? So
Ding
exciting.
ding 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 ding.
All right, well, starting off in this session, we kind of ended not with I wouldn't say like a cliffhanger per se, but definitely like coming from the whole maze situation and going through the labyrinth. This was like a massive surprise, being like, voila, here's a ginormous dragon. This isn't, how does this help us in the maze? How does it help us in the puzzles? Well, with Tresgall gave you kind of a story, right? Kind of told you a little bit about itself in a context that would aid the relationship between itself and Nereus, right? This conversation was directed towards Nereus. It was trying to kind of inform of how it became this way, how it became enslaved down here, and who its enemies are. Just something that was a little bit key, right? Through throwing off its breath was more of a reactionary type thing, right? It was not necessarily directed per se. It was kind of showcasing that it really hunched down. The cavern is like built on top of them. And it showcased as well that when the breath went out, the walls of the cavern are magically enchanted in a way that they were pulled by some gravitational force and they began to like heal themselves. So this whole space is magically imbued. And this is why this dragon can't just burrow itself and leave, right? It also seems with the lightning that's traced around the pillars and then into the manacles, into the shackles, that might have something to bring it and kind of control it in space. So, why did it want this object, which is starting to kind of enlighten, right, all of us here, but it referred to it as the essence of blue dragons? Why did it want it? And some of you, right, brought up certain things of like bring the dragon back, like resurrection, probably like things going through your head. But really, all it did was it seemed to grow it, like empower it, rejuvenate it, maybe even sate its hunger. It talked about that quite in depth, right? That it's hungry. So that showcased the power of what the stone has to this particular dragon and the fact that it seemed to grow feet and its flesh began to heal a little bit. Still undead. That has not changed. Still faking its breath, right? There's no air coming out of its nostrils, its mouth. So that kind of sums up the recap with Tresgall. There's not, if you have questions specific about it, we can do this out of character, but um, there isn't much else there. It's allied itself to Nereus in this partnership. They're trying to working out an arrangement, a deal, right, to get this dragon out of here, to free this dragon. And the partnership, according to Tresgall, be extremely lucrative. Now, the maze and the labyrinth, all of that, right? We did most of that last session. It was really just navigating, getting these keys, putting them into the end of the maze, and then seemed to go to a couple more puzzles. We had ended with some sort of like checkerboard, uh, bronze, or sorry, brass kind of pieces that we needed to move right into some arrangement. There's a lever on the other end. So none of that seemed to open the southern portcullis, that southern gate, which is what you all assume is where you need to go, is south of that chamber. But the lever that you pulled didn't actually open that. It opened something further south than that object, than that gate. So that's where we ended with the maze in the lab. So just recapping that really quickly. So we're here. We're in space. I'm going to start some sound effects. Tunnel. In this, there's a tunnel that leads east. Hole at the back end of that tunnel. The ceiling height that ranges roughly to 12 feet and then kind of droops down its backside. Sir Dougal, you're moving around as a spider. You can see that there's another tunnel going north with a very similar kind of ceiling structure. However, this one seems to go and ascend, and then the other one is descending. So now that you're seeing both here, Sir Dougal, right? So you have two tunnels, one on the left and one on the right and the northern side. One has a staircase built out of the same stone of all the material around it, which is this really dark kind of granite. And the staircase to the left descends, and the staircase to the right ascends.
Are these ropes hanging down there? Hold on.
As you stare back at the hole, you can see that there are metallic chains that are shackled into small 2-foot pillars that protrude. Solid metal anchored into the stone. The metal is shackled to it by ringlets. So the chain is shackled to that ringlets, and the chain just dangles down into the hole. As you make way inside of the tunnel, the voice of Tresgal booms. The Lich had use of that, but I would never allow them in.
Hey, Nereus, so I don't risk offending your friend, can you ask him if there's a thing down here? Because there's two chains. Like, it would be like a... I don't know.
Well, the chains might be a means of convenience. Although a simple and rudimentary one.
We'll go check them out. We'll have you free in no time.
Good. Smiles and stares at you as you make your way.
So we've got 2 ways down and 1 way up.
This looks like the more fun way down.
Perhaps, probably the more perilous, I would guess as well.
One could argue that walking down a single flight of stairs towards a lich could prove more perilous than going down a hole.
Towards Lich.
We don't know that because he said he didn't let the lich back here. So we don't know what's down here.
I mean, that's true of all the paths, yes, but
Spider goes down the hole.
I was gonna say, should we send the spider for recon?
Okay.
Does the spider have dark vision?
It's dark vision for 60 feet and blind sight for
10 feet.
10 feet.
Hey, let's go.
It's very, very helpful. So the hole descends into the darkness with crude work, right? Fortunately, the climb can be aided by metallic chains, and they're anchored to the cavern above. You, as a spider, continue a ways. You don't see the end of this as you're going and going and going. Eventually, you reach about 200 feet in your descent. 60 feet below, you can see that the bottom is hitting. So you're opening up into kind of a tunnel or a wide tunnel or a cavern of some kind. But beyond that, you can't make any other details as a spider. You continue.
How long do I reckon I could spin some silk to hang now that I've descended this far on foot? If I went back up and began dropping a line behind me, like suspended from the ceiling maybe of the cavern above, of the place above, how long could I weave that silk before it broke under its own weight?
Well, you can create a tendril of silk, right, spider silk behind you, right? You can continuously dispense that, and you can use your back legs. That's how spiders do, is they just use their back legs and they pull it out as they move, right? So you can create as a spider of your size, right? It can be a decent rope at that point. that you can kind of hold
Right.
on to as a medium-sized humanoid or small. So you can create a strand as you go down. You can't create like a full-on web. If you did that, it would take some time. I would say roughly 30 to an hour to create a full-on web with that inside of this hole to trap anything from
Right.
falling down through.
No. Well, I hear you. I shouldn't say no. That wasn't my intention, though. At least, yeah, a single strand, just to aid anyone following me, and then
Yeah.
I'll continue down.
Okay. So the same. It's basically 3 ropes at this point, right? So 2 chains and then the spider silk, and then you're continuing down. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. All the way to the bottom.
All right. I'm gonna pull you to scene. I'm gonna have it pause. So let me know when you're in.
In.
Okay. So you have gone roughly 260 feet or so, right? And you hit into a chamber with kind of an irregular ceiling height that's moving in the western direction from you, and it ranges from 9 to 23 feet in that ceiling height. There are kind of these shadows of like solid rocks and maybe like a pillar of some kind. And immediately upon landing here, even as the spiders, dexterous and stealthy as you landed, you begin to hear a series of these clicks emanating roughly only 80 feet away from you. After that happens, you can hear the sounds of rumbling. Somehow these creatures are either moving, cracking the earth, or tunneling into it.
Can I start climbing back up the wall?
Yeah, you can. You want to go back up?
Yeah, but just like 20 feet or so, and I'll count to, I'll count 20 seconds or 30 seconds to see if my presence creates a disruption.
Okay, so basically you're saying if I go up and I wait a little bit, are they, whatever's going to happen, are they going to resume like a normal
Right. I want to
status?
see if exactly.
Okay, so you climb up for a bit of a ways, and then you kind of hang out for 20 to 30 seconds. What is the rest of you doing here? Because obviously the spider's been gone for a decent amount at this point, right? Going 260 feet. I guess not too long, but definitely several minutes at this point that they've been gone. So what are you 3 doing?
Do you think Dougal's dead?
I suppose we should go find out. Yes.
Or take it as a warning that it's treacherous down there and go somewhere else?
Oh, Dougal's clever. He'll get out. If he's still alive.
So to the stairs that go down, then, yeah. Tardan will start climbing down the chain.
Okay, so Tardan, you're making yourself down the chain. Okay. At this point, 20, 30 seconds have passed by, Sir Dougal. Nothing. You hear nothing. No clicks. No sounds of rocks, shifting of earth. Nothing. But you do hear the sound of chain being shaken as one of your party members begins to come down. I need you to make an athletics check for me, Tardan.
Skill athletics.
16. DC is incredibly low. You got 3 ropes to work with, one of which is sticky. It's going to grabbing at you. So you're able to make yourself, as you're climbing down, you've gone roughly 60 feet at this point. And the rest of you can follow here if you'd like. Tardan is now disappearing out of your dark vision.
There's in for a penny, in for a pound.
Is
I thought
there
we'll climb down the butt rope.
is there any loose like rocks that I feel against the wall as I'm kind of climbing down? Essentially, I want to grab something and throw it down with light on it.
It does not feel like it. It feels that the wall itself of this tunnel is crude work, yes, but there is nothing really about it that would kind of chip or fall away. Will, are you asking me this question in terms of, I got a blind thing coming from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to disrupt, but yes, I was just asking you that.
Do you know your character, right? You're asking in terms of your character if they know that?
Yeah. I assume no.
I would probably say no.
Yeah, totally fine. Just making sure.
Okay. So there's nothing really here, Tartan, that you can grab and just kind of break off and throw down. You would definitely have to take a weapon or a bludgeoning object of some kind and try to break a piece off, which is doable even on while you're climbing down the rope chain.
Okay. If that's the case, then I would probably reach in my bag and try to find the one piton that I have left and use it to cast light on it and just throw it down instead of taking the time to bang around with the piton.
Okay. So you take a piton out of your pocket, you cast light on it, you let it go. All right. Begins to fall down with light. Sir Dougal, you use the spider. You're still clutched into the tunnel. You can see an object with light falling down towards you.
Can I scamper out of the way?
Yeah, you can climb onto the ceiling of here, right? Climb onto the ceiling and then kind of get around out of the actual tunnel exit here. After that happens, the piton comes all the way through. I'm going to create kind of a light source here at this point, which is 40 dim and 20 bright, I believe. I'll put a little bit of a pulse thing on it, why not? Okay. So that metallic piton hits into the ground, kind of makes a little noise, like, and then echoes up the tunnel, above, right? And then also, Sir Dougal, it goes into the cavern to the west. Still, you do not hear the creatures. Light source from the piton right underneath you as you're clung to the ceiling, inverted.
I'd like to crawl, if I may, around the cavern onto the wall here, close to where the wall intersects with the floor, and wait for them to reach the bottom.
Okay, I'm going to move you 10 feet then a little bit to get out of the way where they might be coming down, right? Landing, and you're kind of clutching yourself, pitching yourself into the cubbyhole, and then I need you to make a stealth check if you're going to be kind of sideways like that and try to get into the nooks and crannies of the rock. So make a stealth check with your spider. Thank you.
Oof.
All right, so Tartan, you see that it hit the bottom, and you're judging now with your feet and getting it's above 200, right? So you imagine you've gone a number of feet here. I'd imagine 60. If you've continued right past that, you're maybe at 100, 120. And so you're looking at an entirety of where that pin landed. You might have 100 to 160 feet to work with.
But no Dougal in the tunnel, obviously. So
yeah, nothing. Yeah, you saw it come through and you didn't see anything.
Got it. Then yeah, I would just continue down.
Okay, continuing down. Athos, Nereus?
Yeah, Athos is following down the spiderweb, the thread.
The thread as well as using the chains, right? Getting all of the leverage there. Go ahead and make an athletics check. Okay. 6. So you begin to make yourself down. It's difficult, but you're managing. Like I said, there's 3 different points you can grab here at this stage, and it's not challenging to make this check. This is kind of looking at maybe a DC here that would, in your mind, this climb would be maybe a 5 or 2, right? It's not hard at all. Plenty of footholds for your feet to kind of go in, and then the rocks and things. So you begin to go down, albeit difficult for you. And then at this point, Nereus, are you still just waiting for them to go all the way to the bottom, or are you hopping in?
Once Athos is out of his sight, he'll start going down.
Okay. All right. So no worries there. 13. You're making your way down. All right. So Tartan, I've pulled you to scene because you're going to be the first one hitting the bottom, the ground. As such, you can actually see with your passive perception the spider clutched into the wall and into the rock next to the floor, kind of sideways there. And you land down your piton with the light next to you.
Okay.
As,
Um.
as soon as he arrives to the ground, I'm going to look at him with all of my 8 eyes, and I'm going to tap in what I hope is demonstrative way. Right, I'm going to take one of my legs, and I'm going to tap twice on the rock of the hard stone rock of the cavern, of the wall, the ceiling type material, and then I'm going to tap twice on the floor of the I assume less hard, earthy type material of the floor.
Mhm.
Tartan's just gonna kind of look at you really weird, and he's gonna grab the piton and throw the piton into the tunnel because that made 0 sense.
Okay.
You just tapped 2 surfaces twice. That was it. That was all.
I did. I tapped the hard stone of the wall twice, and nothing happened. And how about this? Maybe to better demonstrate it, I'll scamper back and forth on the wall, maybe 5 or 10 feet back and forth, kind of thing, and then I'll jump down onto the ground and do the same thing, scamper back and forth 5 or 10 feet, kind of thing, to create to create a disturbance in the soil, in the earth, hopefully with my legs, and then jump back up on the wall and see if any noises emerge.
Cavern just shakes. Slight little ripple, like a midi quake.
Did that get? Oh, well, I guess I can't ask that. uh, I don't know how to help you.
I think the spider wants us to walk on the walls. That seems problematic.
I mean, he's jumping around. There must not be anything down here, right?
That's the message you get. That's
We
awesome.
should probably at least go quietly till
That's
we
fair.
figure out what.
He is a spider, so that's fair. Yeah, so I guess we'll continue forward as quietly as we can. Yeah.
He might just.
Oh,
need to
God.
pee. Okay. Well, yep. That tracks.
There's more chains.
So coming into the cavern here, you can see that there is a single kind of stalagmite pillar that supports upright to like 23, and then it kind of has like a shelf at the 17-foot mark. There's chains that shackle and wrap around with ringlets into that stalagmite pillar, and they begin to descend down into a large kind of crack or ravine that's forming in the cavern. There's more ravines in this space, but that is the only one that seems to have the chains kind of dangling down.
Hey, so question for you guys. Because,
At this point, I've paused it. Some creature is emerging from one of the ravines on the north side, comes out of the crack, and reaches in the direction of Sir Dougal here as a spider. As you described to me, you're on the side of the wall and you're still close to the floor of this cavern. So immediately, this creature's coming outwards and throwing itself up. As it does so, you can see that this creature is insectoid, has a chitinous shell with different kind of kind of organs that would be for stimulation of perceptions and things. It has 2 kind of claw-like insectoid claws at either side of its arms, and then it has mandibles that kind of come out with these compound eyes. They're rotating and moving as well, almost independently of its body. It then makes a series of clicks that begin to kind of come outright as it reaches and lunges up for you. I need everyone to please roll initiatives. And it's this point that I'll ask if you want Ares to be in combat for you all. That's up to you. I can definitely play Ares in combat.
I think so, right?
All right,
Yeah,
let's
I
do it.
suppose, yeah.
I don't think that's a
He's-
problem. It's
He's usually in a safe enough spot that it
Yeah.
should be low
Ares
risk.
usually taking. It seems like always taking the 6. You don't always at the backside of everyone. Really, just kind of sleeking around, making sure there's no one following. So I'll have Ares start there in
Burn through
position.
all those arrows. It's gonna come
Alright.
back and have 0.
So we're going to be ahead and begin combat here at the start of round 1. I believe I have everyone in the board here. So Tartan, you are first.
Having no idea what this is, I will just throw a firebolt at it and see what happens. And probably miss.
So as you throw off with the 16, a firebolt there in the direction of the creature, you are a little too high and it just kind of zigs upwards as the creature has a lot of cover here, based on the fact that it's kind of just emerging and reaching outwards, and the firebolt kind of goes through the cavern, explodes in the backdrop.
Okay. I'm gonna move up because I'm curious.
So as you move up, I'm moving you back 5 feet as the creature comes outwards of the ground, kind of tunneling, and from the side of the ravine, as it's taking one claw up to the left, kind of reach out and grab a hold. It's going for a grapple. I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics. Natural 20 beats a 20 athletics. You're able to slip your body outside of its grasp as it's emerging, and now it's kind of halfway or almost fully out of the ravine, and the rock is tunneled almost completely out.
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't very fun. I suppose I shall end my turn here, and I'll deal with this one.
All right, Nereus, you're up next.
Always needing my help, Tartan.
I don't need you.
All right.
So as you fire off a burst of this ray of water, 17 does not actually connect through. The chitinous shell braces against it, very rigid, and kind of glances off. All right. Coming across to this creature's turn, looks in the direction of you, Tartan, with the backdrop of the pit, and the pit is actually just between you, Athos, and Tartan. Looks, that light's kind of erupting out in the direction. It then goes in for a series of strikes. 2 claw strikes and 1 mandible strike at you.
I will
First claw
shield.
strike coming through. Go ahead and shield. All right, so the claw strike is going to miss as it strikes into the shield, then comes from the left, smashing across. 18 does not land either as the shield braces against the claw strike, then comes down with its mandibles to kind of lunge on and bite. 26 is going to hit you as it crunches through the shields and into your shoulder. It kind of lacerates through. 8 points of slashing damage dealt. Then is going to end its turn. Athos, you're up next.
Alright, well, this yeah, good luck with that one. He will move behind this one and stab it in the ass.
All right. So as you move up to stab in the ass, the creature explodes outwards with a hold action, and then is going to raise up with its mandibles to grab a hold of your leg and bite down. 25 is going to hit you as it reaches outwards. 12 points of slashing damage dealt on the hold action to you. You come across with your rapier +1 with the 23, 11 points of piercing damage is going to deal. And with the belay range as well, you get sneak attack off, so it's a total of 21 damage dealt as you stab the creature in the back right. You're one of the segments of its arms, kind of reaches and kind of moves and makes a series of clicks.
Don't like these things. Bonus action, disengage. And he will step away.
Okay.
End his turn.
All right, Sir Dougal, you are up.
Can I rage? I can rage while I'm in Wild Shape, right?
You could do anything that your class features carry over. So your armor class is going to be, let's see, I think you can get, I want to say your natural armor is higher than your unarmored, so you take natural, and then, yeah, you can rage if you like. You can also reckless if it's a melee attack.
So I'm going to rage, bonus action rage, and then action, I'm going to web the creature directly in front of me.
Okay, it looks like the recharge is still carrying over from the pass with you in your spider form, so just go ahead and click it. It's going to probably prompt you for another d6 for success. Okay, so go ahead and use it now. It's part of the helper module that for recharging. Very handy for NPCs. All right, so the web kind of shoots outwards. A 10 is not going to land. You'd also be at disadvantage because it is a ranged attack. So we'll take the 10 there. So you shoot out the web, kind of point blank, and then kind of fire, and the creature's kind of moving its hands out of the way, almost shoves your actual abdomen downwards so you can't get the web off.
And that's my turn.
All right, we're going to end your turn there. We'll come to Ares. Let's see, what do we got? Sharpshooter is enabled. Spell-wise, got curving shot. Okay, well, gonna do what Ares does best. Fires the bow! Alright, 23 is going to hit. Deals a total of 20 points of piercing damage. Arrow flies outwards into the leg of the creature on the right side. Is then going to take about 5 feet back, and then kind of hit themselves into the back of the cavern wall there, and fire off another arrow with the extra attack. It's going to be a natural 1. It's just a bad miss as it flies outwards. And then I need to look at curving shot. It's within 60 feet of the other target, so go ahead and make another roll here to hit that target. And that is going to miss. So the curved shot is kind of whips around, just a bad miss as it goes wide, curves around, aimed, hits into the pillar instead of the creature on the left side. That's going to be the end of their turn, I believe. Okay, we now come to the creature that is kind of underneath you, Sir Dougal, right? You're kind of pinched in between the wall there. It then is going to do 2 claw strikes and a mandible strike at you. First claw coming towards you. 22 is going to hit. 13 points of slashing damage dealt. Second claw strike comes through, kind of going like this as it's swinging wide into you. 24 is going to hit, 13 points of slashing damage dealt. Then it's going to come down with its mandibles and crunch down onto you on either side. 19 is going to hit you in your spider form. You take a total of 19 points of slashing damage, which is going to revert you to your previous form. Okay, you are going to still rage, so I want to make sure I get that on for you. And then I'm going to have a carryover here because you had 14, so you have a carryover 5 roughly. That is the end of the creature's turn. Tardan, you're up next.
You said the cavern height here in this big center is about 23 feet.
It really does range from 9 to 23, but the best way you can interpret this is that everywhere from here in a radius gets lower and lower and lower from 23.
Alright, then I'm not going to do that. I will go back to the old tried and true. I'm going to Unsettling Words the one in front of me. And then I'm going to Hideous Laughter.
All right, so let's see what it got. So I got a 3 on the die. Your DC is 15, so that's actually going to knock it down. I need to look at the Laughter's conditions. C, within range, perceives. It's funny, falls fit, and laughter. Okay. It's going to be an incapacitated state and falls prone. However, this creature would laugh. Lobster at its back, I suppose.
I just picture the things clicking together the whole time. It's gonna be really awkward for everybody in here.
Yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to walk here towards these other two, and I will end my turn.
All right, Nereus, you're next.
Alright, I'll look at this one.
Okay.
You know, they're all out to get you. To get you.
All right, so with the DC 16, the creature is going to succeed with the 16.
So smart.
I don't
That's
think
it?
they are smart, but they are not dumb. That's from what you can get from their mind. They seem to have some abilities with their intelligence against things that would be charming and otherwise intrusive. So now we come to this creature here. Now this creature now fixes its eyes, and it seems that the eyes themselves begin to glow a little bit, creating this faint dimness around the eyes, and is immediately going to move 10 feet. And as such, it goes in for a claw strike at Athos. And is going to go in for a mandible at Athos. It's going to come in for a claw, then comes down with the mandibles on the left. 26 is going to hit you. It does 18 points of slashing damage. As it crashes down with its mandibles into your shoulder, kind of lacerates, pulls up, and then it's going to take its right claw and go in for a actual prone. So it's going to knock you prone, Tard. That's what it's attempting to do. So I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics. Okay. 12 is not going to beat a 15, so you're just shoved prone as the claw kind of swings around, smacks into you, and you're hit, kind of knocked downwards. And that's going to be the end of the creature's turn. We now come to the one that is laughing, incapacitated. Nothing else it can do besides repeating the wisdom saving throw at the end of its turn here. Which it does fail, so it's continue its laughter and its fit. Athos, where are you looking?
Where am I looking? Probably still at the one that he stabbed, or that general direction over by Dougal.
Okay.
Although I just got smacked, so he might be looking at that one because that would be reasonable reaction to being hit.
Okay, that's if you're looking at that one. As you're staring at them, they lock eyes. So the reasonable reaction was just being hit locks eyes with you, and you begin to get in this tunnel vision. You should make charisma saving throw, please. All right, 15. You are going to succeed in this saving throw from this gate. You kind of shake your head away from it as it locked eyes with you. It seems to be some sort of charm condition in your mind. You seem to kind of be almost like dazed a little bit after you shake your head off, and you can act as normal.
I actually have advantage against that too. I didn't realize. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's look at the features. Right, this is, I do not like this. Fine. He will stab the one in front of him.
Okay, you going in for a stab?
Sorry. None of this is good. All of my options are bad. Yeah, I'll attack him this way.
So it's up to you. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, it's just there's no good way to do the things I need to do.
Okay. So as you come in for a stab, swing upright. 11 is not going to connect. You hit into the hard shell and you don't penetrate. You're going to glance off of the right leg.
All right, he will bonus action disengage. And get over here. End his turn.
Okay. So Dougal, you're next. You're still in a rage.
I'm going to move to here to present myself as a threat to this second creature. And as an action, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals.
Okay.
Definitely, that is a huge wall of text. Should have just clicked
Of
off
course.
the thing.
It's got to tell you. All right, so one polar bear.
Polar
then?
bear there,
Okay.
and then as a bonus action, I'm going to wild shape myself into a brown bear.
Okay. Move you just a little bit here. Okay, so you're still
Perfect.
concentrating that. And I need you to roll for the initiative of the polar bear.
Sure thing.
Should be able to click,
Click on him.
and then-
Utility. Roll initiative. So much
Fantastic.
easier with a mouse.
Fantastic. You've been playing this whole time without a mouse?
What do you mean on a
He's on the
trackpad?
iPad. Or whatever.
Brutal.
Just kidding. I knew you were on a trackpad. But you should be on a mouse. Let me tell you, it's a lot easier.
I believe you.
All right, anything else?
That's I can, if this monitor weren't 4 feet wide, end my turn.
All right. So, as you summon a large polar as it emerges in space, summoning kind of from the light and this dazzling, this conjured, you yourself shape, kind of transforming, carrying on some of the features of your former self here as you come through. Now, I'm going to also make sure that your AC is 14 from a 12 because you are unarmored as a barbarian there, so we can carry that over. And you now form into your brown bear form here, this large bear, with also some of these little features of surgical. All right, we're going to come to Ares. Ares is going to move back in space just a little bit here, and then look at a potential target. Fires off 2 arrows. 8 is going to be a miss. It's going to turn off sharpshooter, go off for a second strike.
He never
Fires.
turns off sharpshooter.
Fires off 2 arrows.
He doesn't.
8 and
Sure.
a 14 both miss. That's going to be.
You're
the
rolling
end.
like Ares.
I am rolling like Ares. Never turns off sharpshooter. Are you serious?
I yelled at him last. Well, not yelled
Yeah,
at him, but
we
I
did
got in
yell
his
at him.
grill last week. I was like, you know, you can turn off sharpshooter. He's like,
After-
I'll never turn it off ever. I was like,
Oh,
okay.
okay. I guess I gotta turn it back on. I'll turn it back on. I was thinking like
that's what he specifically said. He will never turn it off.
all right, I'll turn it back on. It's for Ares. It's for Ares. All right, so this creature is still kind of clutching itself still, but it's now maybe like halfway, getting to 3/4 out of the way. It then is actually going to turn and look at the polar bear that's just emerged here in space, and then is going to attempt to grapple it. So I need the polar bear to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
I'm going to assume it's athletics is probably...
I would assume that as well. All right, 15 does not beat a 22. It grabs onto the polar bear and then uses its movement speed to drag the polar bear into the hole.
Oh,
Oh, bye, polar bear.
As it drags the polar bear into the hole,
Wow.
it throws it down into the hole and makes a series of clicks as the polar bear is dangling down. Okay? Holds on. Now,
Oh, I gotcha.
then it's going to sublet one of its attacks to let go. As it lets go, the polar bear needs to react to either grab and hold on with its own grapple now, try to maintain the grapple, or it can choose to fail
Okay.
and fall.
Well, I think it's going to try to survive. So, athletics, I suppose.
Okay. An 11 does not beat a 16. As that happens, let's go with the grapple, and the polar bear begins to fall into the hole, into the darkness. The
Perfect.
creature has used much of its movement to do this, and 2 of its attacks. It then is going to use its mouth to come in with a mandible strike at you, Sir Dougal, in your bear form. The mandible is a 22 to hit. It hits. You take only 5 points, which otherwise would be 11 points of damage. As it crunches down into your paw. Prompts you for concentration, which you succeed. The polar bear starting its fall. Ends turn. Tardan, you're up. Start of round 3. You've just watched this creature throw the polar bear into the darkness of the hole, and you yourself were potentially grappled by these creatures.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of terrified right now. How tall would you say a giant ape is?
Well, a giant ape is going to be more long than it is tall, because it is more of a quadrupedal when it hunches over and walks on all fours. I would say that you could polymorph into a giant ape right now, and your head would be hitting the ceiling. You most likely would have to like hunch down. Remember, a giant. If you talk about lower classes of giant, those would be ranging from like 26 feet to 30 feet. And so a giant ape is going to fill that height, but you're not going to ever reach that because you're going to be on all fours. So you have room.
Okay. It's either that or crocodile, so I was trying to figure out which one made the most sense in here. Yeah, I am going to stand up. And I am going to cast Polymorph on myself.
Okay. So you're going to end concentration then of the
on the
of
one
the
that's
laughter.
laughing.
Okay, you want a giant ape?
Yes.
All right, let's come your way. All right, so you polymorph yourself into a giant ape. I'm going to assume you're going to stand up.
Yes. I'm going to stand up.
All right, so end that. Just tap your movement speed, either form, right? So
Yep.
you're channeling magic around you. Invocations erupt. As it happens, you begin to kind of become cocooned and then kind of explode outwards as you grow and manifest into this giant ape. You do take on the intelligence of this ape and all of the pretty much beauty of what a giant ape encompasses.
Lots of drool. Yes. I want to make sure that I'm drooling on the one closest to me, but yeah. And that will end my turn there, since
Okay.
that was my action.
Okay. You're not in the hole. I know your token is kind of that way, but you're not technically in the ravine of any way. It's just a way.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Nary Sharp next.
Oh. They're not great. Trying to decide what Nereus would think is a better course of action versus me. Alright, I know what Nereus would do.
Run.
Athos, you can kill these, right?
Well, everything dies eventually.
Oh! Really alive? No way! Are you really running? I love it. That's so great.
Hey, he gave Athos greater
Yeah.
invisibility first.
I love it. Okay, so
Athos.
greater invisibility
That's
to
huge.
Athos. Nice, I like it. Okay.
It's not what I would do, but it's what Nereus would do.
All right. So we come to this insectoid-like creature. Nereus, you're kind of running away and moving into that direction. The creature then is going to turn and see this giant ape next to it. As such, it actually is going to take a disengage and tunnel into the ground. As it disengages, tunneling into the earth, it leaves behind it a hole. Before, it actually was able to cave it in, so now there's a hole beginning to form. Just going to loosely create a template over that hole. Let's see, that's a little too big. Let me use pen tool. Maybe that'll be a little bit easier. Make a little circle with that. There we go. Oh, that's good. That way it's underneath too. Okay. You hear the creature moving in this hole, and it is moving in the direction of Nereus. You can hear it underneath the ground as it's moving at a very fast pace through rock, chiseling behind it debris in space as it's moving. Now, not nearly as fast as it potentially could move if it was on the surface, but a good amount of distance as it tunneled in. Now, you see the hole in front of you. Unfortunately, as a giant ape, you can't fit in that hole, but a medium-sized creature and a large-sized creature can. Now we come to the one that is prone. This one is going to take half its movement to stand up, turn 5 feet, and look towards the giant ape. Then goes in for a series of 2 claw strikes and a mandible strike. First one, 18 towards the giant ape, 7 points of slashing damage, prompting you for concentration. Succeeding with con. Goes in for the second claw strike as he comes whipping once and twice. 23 is going to hit. Deals 11 points of slashing damage. And then it's going to go in for the mandible strike. The big one as it reaches into the right kind of fist and clutches down. 15 points of slashing damage dealt as you take the whirlwind in this giant ape form of 3 successive attacks with lacerations. You're bleeding from your white fur, but you are still standing and you are barely harmed. That is the creature's end of turn. Now we come to the polar bear. The polar bear is falling, and it will fall. But we're
Give
going
us
to
that
do this.
audio.
But we got to do it in real time. The polar bear can still react. It's still in technically reach of the creature that's there. The creature is kind of halfway, right? Sorry, 3/4 to almost full way out, and it's kind of pitched itself there in the ravine, kind of emerging. So the polar bear technically is in reach to bite and claw. It also is in reach to sublet any of those 2 for another grapple to hang on if it needs to. So, like I said, it's give benefit of the doubt to the players at all times. It's kind of a little bit of a cheesy, wonky mechanic, just be vaulted Spartacus style off of cliffs.
Right.
But so you still are in the process of falling, and so in order for that to happen, we're taking the polar bear's turn to fall. So at the end of their turn, they'll move down.
He's gonna try to sink his teeth or claws into the insectoid, and hang his weight from it down the hole. So it'll be a grapple.
Yeah, you're gonna make a grapple check. Okay, creature's gonna oppose. All right, so 20 is going to be an 8. You are able to grapple onto the creature. The creature is grappled by the polar bear. I'm going to mark it with a grapple check, and the polar bear now is hanging on. Now, you needed to choose if it was with the mouth or the claw, and then you have to use that potential appendage, the opposite appendage, to make another attack if you wish to, because the polar bear does have a multi-attack. So you can use one of those for the grapple, and the other one could be a strike.
So he'll hang on with the claws, and he'll take a bite at it.
Okay, come with the claws, come digging in, kind of reaching up for the bite. 15, unable, kind of rips across and still in the process of getting traction, unable to rake and with its mouth and its teeth into the chitinous shell. Now, Athos, you have greater invisibility here, so you are completely not there anymore.
Yes. Bonus action, gonna heal myself
Okay.
for 5 hit points.
5 to you.
And then we'll move down here.
Okay. So as you move down there, stepping against the stone, the creature turns and looks at your direction. Are you staring at the
Blind
creature?
sense.
No, he knows better this time.
Okay. Averting your eyes, the creature is aware that you're behind it and has turned. Coming for the strike. Okay. The advantage being provided by the invisibility. Creature is aware of you and you coming at it, so we have to take the first roll. The first roll coming through is still going to hit, so no worries there. 6 points of piercing
also-
damage dealt.
Hey, you'd get flanking too, right?
Yeah, flanking. Yeah, that's why I moved down there.
Yeah. And 19 points of sneak attack damage. So you get flanking. So there's a lot of advantages, a lot of disadvantages, a lot of things. The first thing here, I was going to get to the flanking a little bit here. So the flanking is actually going to counteract the fact that you're not looking at the target.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So if you have to
Yeah, I
avert your
forgot about
eyes,
that.
the flank is actually going to revert that. And so now we have to go to the invisibility because that's the ranking one, but the creature perceives it. So technically it's a
Right.
flat roll.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. All right, so you did deal damage here.
I should
You-
just.
go for it.
I was in future. Athos thinking to himself will realize he's really good at avoiding that effect, and he should have just taken the roll and kept the advantage. But that's fine.
Okay. So you come across and stab. You deal a large amount of damage to the creature as you come through. 6 and then that 19. You stab through the legs. You twist the blade. You plunge outwards. this kind of copperish, greenish blood pours out.
And that will end his turn.
Okay. All right, Sir Dougal, use a bear.
Multi-attack. Alt. Well, actually, I should ask before I do it, right?
Can you flank with the polar bear that's dangling down at a grapple?
Yeah.
No, you cannot.
You
And
sure?
reckless.
You can reckless. You can.
Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, is raging. Because I'm raging, I'm going to attempt to shove the Umber Hulk with the polar bear hanging on its back backwards into the cavern. So I guess
Okay.
it would be I guess technically what? It would be a grapple and then like with a
You would just go
movement, right?
You would just go for a shove attack. You just shove them into the hole.
Exactly. Do you want that to be athletics?
Yeah, it'd be an athletics check.
Can I either gain some
It automatically should do an advantage for an athletics check when you're
with raging, right?
It should automatically do it for you.
Oh my god, it did.
Yeah.
And it's
Big
terrible.
brain. 17 beats a 14. You come through, coming up on all fours. On the back of your legs, and then you brace and shove your front leg paws into the creature. The creature grabs on the rocks in its claws as it digs and entrenches itself.
And that's it.
All right, we're now gonna come to Ares. Ares is going to look at the creature, use sharpshooter toggling on, and then it is in range of the gaze of this creature. It's going to choose not to avert eyes, rolling a charisma save. Success. Firing off 2 arrows. 25 hits. 21 points of piercing damage that lands into the center chest of the creature. Fires off the second arrow. 13 is going to be a miss. Is then going to use bonus action to curve the shot to the next one. Firing off for the bonus. And that is going to be a miss as the curve is missing the mark as it wildly swings at the backside of the creature. Ares is then going to now make 10 feet back and just kind of shoot on the run, right? So they're moving backwards in space. Ending turn. All right. So we now come to the creature that had somewhat of an advantage throwing the polar bear down, now to be almost fucked as this big body check into the rock of itself. Now, will that have this much of an impact and damage to a creature that can just tunnel into rock? Who knows? So the creature is going to attempt to let go of the polar bear again for one of its attacks. So I need the polar bear to please make an opposing athletics or acrobatics. Nice. 18 is going to beat a 13. Stays on. It's then going to take the rest of its attacks here, its mandible and its claw, to come in for at you, Sir Dougal, in your rage. 11 with the mandibles is going to miss as you duck down, and it kind of is 2 up and wide with the mandibles coming across. And then it's going to take a free claw and come swinging it around. 10 is going to be a miss as well, as it comes and kind of reaches to kind of claw strike, but then realizes it's falling from the weight of the bear and has to grab onto the rock. The creature ends its turn. Now we come to the giant ape, the top of round 4.
All right. So it's going to do what giant apes do, and it's just going to hit this one beside it.
Okay. All right. 19 is going to hit. 19 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. You can also hold down the flank if you want, because the creature is turned away from you, so it's representing the flank, and also does not fix its gaze because it's looking away. So as you come through with your fist striking down, crunching into its shoulder, you hear a bunch of the carapace and the kind just break off of the creature, kind of falls onto the side a little bit, and kind of makes a series of clicks.
All right. And I will take the last attack. It's alt for advantage.
Yes, hold on Alt. All right, getting the advantage there. Don't even need it. 27 as you come through, beating the chest, fist down onto the target. You smash it into the ground like a bug on a windshield.
Well done, monkey.
The windshield.
And then he's going to pick his nose while he turns to look at the other one and end his turn.
All right,
Great
Nereus,
Spartan
it's your turn.
fashion.
All right, he'll move back, and he is going to go ahead and ready an action for. If the creature pops out adjacent, he's going to use his hypnotic gaze to emerges on it.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Okay. You can hear the creature tunneling through, then is going to emerge, exploding outwards. Comes down all fours, makes a series of clicks and looks around, stares at Athos. Kind of turns in the direction. As such, it looks at you, Athos. Even though you're invisible, it is able to sense and detect you in your presence. Nereus, as far as your feature
That's not
here,
adjacent.
yeah, it's not adjacent. So you're still holding it. Maybe there's another one, right? This could be a different one. You're unsure, so you're still in that presence area. He's still putting arrows back in the bow. This creature then is going to look at you, Athos, and attempt to shove you, to body check you as hard as it possibly can, throwing you backwards.
Very rude.
Need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Hey,
18. You are able to nimbly kind of dive, almost like Neo Matrix style, out of the way as it body checks you, trying to shove you roughly 10 feet back into the hole. It's almost try to throw you with its claws in that direction. It then is going to use its mandibles to come in for a strike. As it is coming through, it is going to 9, 5, 3, AC 18. That's not going to hit. And I'm going to correct for not having disadvantage there. So the mandibles are coming through. You're able to, again, take the kind of advantage here. Being turned, come to the right side, almost barreling off. So mandibles strike to the right, flipping into the air. And then is going to go in for its last strike with the claw. Up. Stroke 12 is not going to hit you, as you are duck, diving, and weaving, and did not get body checked and not struck by the mandibles and the claws. It's going to be the creature's end of turn.
Bloody fucking bugs.
All right, we come to there.
Can we climb over onto the ledge out of the hole?
Well, here's the issue. Your bear does not have a climb speed. Polar bears don't actually have a climb speed, so it has a swim speed. So you actually have to make an athletics check, yourself, to be able to climb out. You can use the rest of your movement speed, and with a successful athletics check, you can maintain your grapple at the same time that you're climbing out.
Let's try it.
Okay, 8. So you're slipping on the rocks. You're unable. Immediately informing it you cannot climb out of that. That also is going to use up its action to do so.
Okay, no worries. And then he'll end his turn.
Okay, Athos, it's your turn.
Bloody bugs. Yes, well, bonus action, disengage.
Okay.
I'm gonna come hit this one. I'm done with that one.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm still not able to get a flank. That's okay. Why did that roll? It did it all by itself.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
going to
for
do
invisibility?
it. It's going to do it
Oh,
all
yeah.
by itself because it's visibility. Same roll, 3 and a 3. So we're going to take the
It
first
doesn't
roll there.
matter.
It doesn't matter. 11 is not going to hit.
That will end his turn.
All right, Sir Dougal.
We're gonna. Yeah, okay, we're gonna recklessly swing.
All right. Are you staring into the
And,
creature's eyes?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know that Dougal has seen that happened yet. So I'm going to say
Creature's
yes.
eyes are lit and look in the direction of you, fixing the bear in a gaze. I need you to make it a charisma saving throw. 19. You are successful, shaking off the effect.
And then we're going to multi-attack.
All right. So bite and claw coming through. 17 on the bite, unable to connect. 24 with the claws, rake against as you pin the creature with the shoulder, try and chip through with the chitin of the mouth there. And then 11 slicing up near its abdomen, thorax region. Takes 11 points of damage.
Can I actually move just a touch maybe to here?
Yeah.
And then I will end my turn.
Okay. We now come to Ares. Ares is going to look at the target. It's going to channel up an arrow. It begins to kind of grow in magic. It fires off its first arrow, launching towards the creature. 20 is going to hit. Does a total of 18 points of piercing damage. Is then going to sprout, as this is a grasping arrow. Got to look through the saving throw. Takes 5 points of poison damage. Okay, so speed reduced by 10 feet, and it'll take 2d6 slashing damage the first time each turn it moves 1 foot or more without teleporting. And it can use its action to attempt to break out of the brambles that surround it. Then it's going to go in for the second arrow strike at the target. 10 is going to be a miss. Sharpshooter enabled. Wow, okay. You gotta do it. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. And let me see range. Out of range for that. Okay. Ending turn. All right. We now come to one that is grappled. Again, similar fashion. Going to be using one of its actions to shake off the polar bear. So, polar bear, athletics, strike of X, please. All right, 10. Shaked off. Polar bear begins to fall. Then is going to go in for 2 strikes, mandible and claw attack at you, Sir Dougal, here in your form. 27 is going to hit. The reckless getting advantage. 9 points of slashing damage, half to 4, prompting you for concentration. Then coming in for the claw strike, whipping around at your right front paw, kind of tripping you up with the advantage. It is going to connect. Deals 8 points from 17. You're able to resist that with the rage. Ending turn. Giant ape. Start round 5.
Well, since the roof is too low over there and he can't really fit, and he doesn't see Athos, I guess I'm just gonna walk over here, over the top of Athos, and
I got stepped on by a giant ape. It's just dodging. Look out! You big monkey!
Ooh, ah! And then I'm gonna smack the one that's kind of dangling here.
All right. Nat 20 coming in through for a
Oh,
smack. This is going to be some big damage. 51 total points of bludgeoning damage as you take your fist, smashing it with the head, crunching it to the ground, picks itself back up weak as it looks into your direction. Are you looking at it?
I would believe so, seeing
All
as
right,
how I
please
have
make a
7
charisma saving
intelligence.
throw.
Monkeys are so mad, I guess.
7.
Of course.
You are going to fail. As that happens, you can't take reactions. I need you to make a D8 check for me, please. All right. You do nothing for the remainder.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
So, as this happens, you immediately succumb into the tunnel vision. You can take no movement, no further action, no reactions, no bonus actions, no specials, nothing. You're fixed by the creature's gaze. It seems that the creature can move and do what it wants to, but you cannot. as this gaze entraps you and ensnares your mind, ending your turn. Nereus, you're up next.
Oh,
Firing off a ray of water, unable. All right, you're at the chains now. You can see the hole and the two chains and the spider silk dangling around you. Now come to this creature. All right, so we're in the brambles of the high fae that they are sprouting upwards of Ares' grasping arrow here. The creature is going to make an athletics check as its action to break through the brambles to try to get out of them. Going to go ahead and make that check. Natural 1, unable to do that. As such, it kind of maintains its position, making a series of clicks. And then it's going to dive into the hole. And then begin to move. Taking damage. Ending turn. Polar bear time.
I think we're falling.
You are, again, we're back at the same crossroads, right? We're going to fall at the end of your turn, still giving you the reaction to potentially, right, grab a hold if that's something that's possible.
We're going to try.
Okay, I'm going to make athletic checks here to combat. 11 for the first check does not beat a 13.
Oof. See you later, polar bear.
Okay, you can make 2 checks if you'd like. You have a
Oh,
mouth
can
and
I?
your claws. Yeah, you have a mouth and claws. I rolled the second athletic check to combat.
Let's go for
Imagine
it.
is your mouth now. 12 does not beat an 18. Polar bear falls. It was 30 feet.
Oh, goodbye, bear. Athos will navigate out from under the giant ape that just trampled him. Pardon me, other bear. Just gonna move over here. Fucking bloody bugs.
All right, so you do get the flank off here. So the 24 is going to hit. 6 points of piercing damage with the sneak attack. So 18, 24 total. How do you want to do it?
Nobody sees anything except just like the point of the rapier just burst through the thing's chest, and as it just slumps down.
Okay. Bursts through the creature's chest as it slumps down. As you're kind of moving through, right, it was trying to lock its gaze in the direction of you and was too distracted by the 2 large creatures to kind of affix its gaze, which is what gave you the advantage for the flank as well as that. See the creature burst through its chest, slink down. As it does, slowly begins to slide off, head in the direction of the ravine.
Bonus action. Yeah, he'll heal himself again. Why not?
Okay. Popping out another healing
Hey,
word.
that's
hey,
better.
there you go. Max healing word, 8 to you.
And that will end his turn.
All right, ending turn. All right, Sir Dougal, you're up.
Are we... Oh, I guess they burrowed, right?
That's correct.
My bear. My poor bear.
It's not dead yet. You could go after it.
you could also just stop concentration so it doesn't have to die.
That's true. You could just unsummon it. It's gonna wait to hear
You
it
know-
at the bottom. Like what?
That's actually a reasonable thing to think, at least. I will walk over to this. Oh, I can't get around the thing. Oh, there you go. 30 feet. Perfect. If I attack the earth, can I plunge my hand deep enough to maybe catch the tail end of the thing that burrowed down?
Can you burrow?
I don't think so.
No, you can't punch through solid stone. But you can go through the hole that are marked with the drawings if you want to.
How deep does it seem?
The hole goes down roughly 10 feet.
I'm gonna hold my action and see if something pops back up. I'm gonna hold an attack.
All right, like a very traditional bear at the mouth of a river, waiting for salmon to leap up or jump down. So you're waiting for your salmon to reach you. We now come to Ares. Ares is going to sidestep, get some angle at both the holes. That is going to pull up the arrows and get ready to fire off the hold action here whenever the creature emerges from one of the two holes here. In turn. All right, Shining.
What would a giant ape do? They actually have surprisingly high intelligence for an ape, anyway.
Well, apes in real life actually have a decent intelligence.
Pretty intelligent.
That's
yeah.
fair.
That being said, we're also as humans not that far.
We're apes.
That's
so.
fair. That's also fair. That's fair.
Like part of the
That's one way to
family
look
of
at it.
apes.
Honestly, I think I would, because I still have my personality, so I would probably be preparing to go down this next hole. So I would probably grab the Pitten, realizing I don't have my dark vision.
Okay, so you grab the pit and you hold it up.
Yeah, and that's the end of the ape's turn as it just preps to go down the hole when this next one comes up.
All right, I'm gonna move
Oh
you.
dear,
to
the
pick up
primates have discovered
pin,
magic. We're all
and then I'll
doomed.
have you move there to turn. Look at the hole. So I'll have you there.
Okay, yeah, that works.
All right, Nereus, you're up next.
Does it feel like it's burrowing towards him or away?
It feels like it's moved away from you.
So it's moving away. We'll just ready a ray of water if it pops up somewhere he can see within range.
Okay, sounds good. All right, you now hear the creature making a series of clicks echoing out of the tunnel on either side, then seems to make a kind of a crashing sound as it rips and tears, unable to do so. You then are going to hear what sounds like crashing and rumbling, so mini quake hits into the cavern. And then an explosion of rock as the creature emerges roughly 15 feet down that ravine. Kind of tunnels down, covered in brambles of hyphae and things. It's been using its trying to move as quickly as it can, but it's being caught up by the hyphae of the thorns of a plant-like material or fungi-like material right from the grasping arrow, and it's kind of continuously being pulled and racked as it's trying to get out of it. So it's 15 feet below you right now as you're standing there looking down at it. All right, polar bear. It's
Still falling?
Yep.
God.
That's unfortunate.
I guess we don't have to
Yeah.
drop a rock down the hole now.
Yeah, what can I get?
So messed up.
Wow.
Did you find it, Todd? Oh. I don't think I still can't see over the ledge from here, can I?
No, you can't. You heard something came from the ravine. It was large, and you could hear the clicking sounds and also the crashing.
But yeah,
Sure.
but if I can't see it, there's not much I can do there. Yes, well, listen, I could throw something, but I don't want to lose it, so monkey smash. And he would just cast guidance on the giant ape. And bonus action hide by holding his breath and not making any movements.
Okay. All right. Mr. Dougal, you're up next.
I want to. Okay. I want to pick up this dead chitinous thing and throw it at this chitinous thing.
You want to pick up the creature that's dead, smushed like a bug.
Yeah, I
on
want
the
to pick up
windshield,
this
to your right,
exactly
and you want to try to chuck it down the hole.
and drop it on top of this one that's climbing.
Okay. Well, in order for that to happen, I need you first to make a strength check to try to
Okay.
lift this creature in some regard.
Strength or athletics?
It's going to be a strength check. There's not really. This creature is dramatically smashed into the ground. It's also a little bit heavy, as far as even if it's a large-sized creature. So, I just want to see what you can get. 14.
Ugh.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think it's manageable. It's not a really incredibly heavy creature. It just has a thick shell, kind of carapace to it. So you're able to pick up the creature up. Your jaws and your claws, you're kind of lunging it to the edge, and you just kind of roll it off and chuck it in the direction of the creature. I'm gonna make just a check here to see what the creature does. 18 with the dex check is able to kind of hold on with one claw and turn its body with its back towards, dodging out of the way as the carapace of the body of its friend falls into the darkness.
Okay. Do I see... I guess I see these chains, right? These chains here dangling in the hole.
Yeah, I described the chains. There's chains wrapping around the pillar, the stalagmite pillar that extends with a shelf of 17 all the way to the 23 ceiling height there. The chains are wrapped around as well as anchored by eyelets to the stone itself, and then they drop into the darkness of the ravine.
We can't see the bottom of the hole.
You cannot. Nope.
Oh man, I really want to jump and just land on this guy and ride him down like a...
Like Gandalf.
Yeah.
But
It's gonna be rough
Eagles.
though for me. It's
Oh.
really gonna hurt me. I will move. Can I move this? I'm kind of pushing the boundary of my movement speed there. I will wait till this guy surfaces and take a bite at him.
Okay. All right.
Can I occupy the same space as Athos if I'm larger than he is?
Yes. So huge can occupy large, and large can occupy. Right. So you all, actually, technically, all three of you can stack. If you really want. Just FYI.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I could do like that.
Yep. It's acceptable based on
Wow.
rules.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Most
like-
ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
It's
but-
pretty ridiculous, but when you think about it, the creature is, you're basically going underneath the ape, and then Athos is going underneath you.
Okay, I will hold an attack action.
All right, menage a
That's,
trois. All right, enjoy yourselves. All right, here we go. Ares is going to come to the edge, having the grasping arrow, as well as the perception of seeing the creature a little bit tunnel back in. So they've been tracking this creature, been aware of this creature's movements and whereabouts. So Ares is going to get an additional 2 shots off here with the bow. So first arrow coming through. 17 is going to be a miss. Lands and hits in, falling into the darkness. And 16 is going to be a miss, landing and falling to the darkness. Dustin, if you're watching, don't worry. I'm putting arrows back onto your character, even if I fire them off and they miss into the darkness.
There's gonna be no arrows left.
No.
It is such a messed up rule. Like,
All right. It is a little strange. All right, so now we're going to come to the top of round 7. This is where I have to ask, is anybody taking combat actions against the creature? Because the creature is actually going to begin climbing down.
Oh, it's going down.
Yes. Yes. I am 100% going to take combat action.
Yeah, 15
Uh,
foot reach.
growl
No.
at it.
But
Just-
I do have
hey,
throw
just-
rock.
King Kong
Oh.
that thing. Hang off
Can-
one
can I
side,
so-
grab it with the other hand.
You can pick up a rock and chuck it. I do want to also state for the record here, I'm surprised, but your ape form as well as the bear form have climb speeds. So technically you can climb down, albeit you don't have tunneler and you can't really climb on a slippery, smooth surface. There's handholds and there's things. There's also a chain, so you technically can use the chain, use your climb speed, get full climb speed down, and get to the creature's level or even below that and hit it.
Are you saying that the bear would have trouble climbing the rock face, but he can climb the chain?
Yeah, using its
I've
mouth.
seen black bears do some
These
crazy shit.
rules
Are you serious?
I mean, it's got your intelligence though.
Bro,
so you
you've
use
never
your mouth
seen
and just-
you've never seen bears climb before. If that I mean, you could use your mouth on the chain, and then they can use their claws downwards. They can also wrap their claws around. Like, you should see bears climb. I think I've seen brown bears, black bears. I've actually encountered a black bear climb up a tree in the wilds before, and I'm telling you right now.
A tree, yes. A chain is like little.
I'm telling you right now, they can do it.
I've seen black bears shimmy up trees, absolutely. But a chain is like a little.
I've seen a black.
It's a small tree.
I've seen a brown bear climb up a chain before.
Oh, no, you haven't.
I have.
What, in the circus?
No, not even at the zoo or the safari or anything.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I'm telling you, it's real. What are we doing?
You know,
The ape throws the
wait.
bear at the thing.
I was thinking about it, but I don't have a way to ask for your consent, nor for you to give me the consent in character. So,
Okay.
I'm gonna take the 10-foot here, grab the chain, shimmy my way down, holding kind of the pitten and the chain in one hand, and then I'm gonna get down to its level, and I want to just smash it into the wall like it's
All
a
right.
fly.
So I'm going to put you into this space, and then I'm going to use it down to its level, so I'll put you at 15 down. That'll be the entirety of your movement speed.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
And then I want to smash this thing.
Mm-hmm. Coming across with the first strike. 12. You're
Or
miss.
not.
Hang on to the chain. Crushing into the stone above it. Dives down.
All right, we'll do this again.
All right. Are you
Or not.
staring at the creature when you make these attacks?
I would probably be looking kind of up to make sure that I'm not about to fall.
Okay. So
would
the
assume.
11 is unable to hit as you come up, and then underneath as you're kind of hanging on and you're averting your eyes.
And then, yeah, that would be the end of my turn, but I lost turn order for some reason.
I got you. Nereus, you're up next. All right, coming to the edge there, firing off. 25 is going to hit. Deals 13 points of cold damage as bits and pieces kind of shall freeze and then explode off.
Slowing it down.
All right, now come to the creature. The creature is going to take a disengage and move as fast as it possibly can and then climb down. It's going to move only 20 feet low, so it's minus 35 feet. So it needs to climb into the darkness, ending its turn. Polar bear.
Oh.
Didn't end concentration.
Continues to fall. Aethos, you're next.
Oh my god, it hasn't hit the bottom yet?
Nope.
I thought you were going to kill it, monkey. What are you doing? God. He's just gonna cast Toll the Dead.
A voice comes from the shadows.
Yeah, you're just being yelled at by an invisible person.
All right. Takes approximately 19 necrotic. Toll head twitches and shakes, pops a little bit.
That'll end his turn.
All right, Sir Dougal.
I'm gonna.
Don't do it.
He's gonna
Please don't
you
do
know he's gonna do it.
Do
And then
it.
what's funny if you
Do
do
it.
it, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you're at the first, so
I mean, I really don't see what could go wrong.
no, nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, right?
No,
Don't worry.
150-foot
Worry about-
fall of the bear that we've heard falling for half a minute now.
Yeah, this is turning into a keyfish situation really quickly.
Yeah, but bears have climb speed.
Can't-
How's that helping that polar bear?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, for some reason, polar bears don't have climb speed. Maybe because polar bears don't live near trees.
Right.
They spend more
Um,
time fishing.
You
yeah.
can't climb if you're falling, number one. So
Okay. So I'm going to descend the cliff face with a movement and dash action.
okay. How were you trying to
Which-
get to as far as your degrade?
I'm trying to get to his elevation. So my climb speed says 30.
Yeah, so you can climb 60 feet.
Okay, so if I actually just climbed 30 feet, I would be 5 feet away from him,
5 feet away from the creature, which you can hit.
and then I can attack, right?
Yeah, correct. But you have to understand what appendage you're using to climb here. So you can only,
It'll be a bite.
yeah, you can only get the bite off.
Unless I'm climbing with my
All right.
teeth. I don't know what kind of show you saw.
Crude work as you're coming downwards, trying to use as many
Yes.
hand footholds as you possibly can as the bear begins to slide down into the darkness.
And then I will recklessly attack with my bite.
All right.
I think that is the very definition of a reckless attack.
21 bites on. As you do, striking for 8 points of piercing damage into the head of the creature.
Still alive.
All right, come to Ares. 2 arrows flying off. 19 hits. 18 points of piercing damage with that. The arrow flies into the creature's head. The creature lets go, begins to fall into the darkness. And end of combat.
Dougal jumps off the cliff.
Two dueling falling bears.
Now it's a race.
Are you ending your
I will-
concentration?
I will unsummon the bear.
Okay. Creature falls an additional 40, 60, 80 feet past that. Still does not hit the bottom.
Oh my god.
Jeez. Wherever you send it back to, it is incredibly traumatized.
I've been falling for 15 minutes.
All right. I
You've
guess
made a mortal
down the
enemy.
chain we go. I mean, I don't really have a way to talk to you guys, so yeah, I'm just going down the chain.
He's just gone. The monkey.
Doing
The
monkey
monkey's.
things.
The monkey's going. He's gone. I suppose there's no point in staying in here.
Okay. Are you all going down?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Jump on the back of the monkey, invisible.
I was just thinking that. I was like, if Athos just jumps off right now and lands on the monkey's shoulder and he's invisible, I'm not gonna have any idea what the fuck just happened.
Yeah. I mean, are you both taking the conventional way here, Nears? Athos?
Yeah, Nereus isn't gonna ride on Tardan.
Yeah, Athos is gonna ride the monkey, 100%.
Okay. Riding the monkey. Cool.
How
Nereus,
much
you going down
room
the
is there on
old-fashioned
the
way?
monkey? Can the bear get on the monkey?
Is there room for a bear on the monkey?
Sure.
I could probably carry the bear.
Pretty sure that all of you can ride the giant ape at this point.
Hold him like
If
Teddy
you really
Ruxpin.
want. But Nereus is not, right? Fashionable, presentable.
I mean, on one hand, turning Tardan into a steed would seem sort of in character.
And to be quite frank, Nereus, you're going further into the depths of Earth than you've ever got before. This is not where
Why
your
do you
character
think he
wants
was
to
so
be.
quick to be ready to be like, all right.
Wanna
I
get
mean,
out of
he didn't think the invisibility would work, but it was a good test.
It's good. Yeah.
That's why he didn't turn himself invisible.
All right. I love
But
it.
Athos doesn't need to know that.
Someone else tested. Okay. So let's see here. So Nereus, if you're not going to use the ape as leverage, then I need you to make an athletics check. No
Thought it
worries.
was about to be
Easy
a 1 for
done.
a second.
So, descending 310 feet into the earth.
Oh my god.
Fatigue begins to sit in. Tunnel, the 7-foot ceiling, continues the journey. As it seems to form kind of a natural crack at a crevice in a northern direction. Your ape form cannot progress through, but the brown bear can. It is wide enough for the bear to go through.
Unfortunate. All right, well, I guess that's the end of the ape.
All right. This is the end. Tard once more.
Was it your first time being an ape?
It was.
I was.
I saw him throw the bear, so I figured I should be able to throw them.
It's not a bad
Was
idea.
my
You
logic
did-
there?
Any side effects, cravings, thoughts, any lingering feelings?
I mean, my armpits are a little itchy.
It's not abnormal.
I mean, we are a few hundred feet below the earth, so maybe.
Put vision onto your bear, just FYI. Should get 10 feet of dim there. Since Sir Dougal literally as a bear going out without dark vision.
I'm following my nose.
I see. He's just waiting until he walks into something. That's his vision.
So those with dark vision can see that there is a rock kind of crevasse that's come through. So it's essentially is a cave in here up ahead. The cave in itself has crashed downwards, forming little cracks and crevices that maybe a tiny size creature can get through, but small and above cannot. You notice there is a tunnel that's formed heading in an eastern direction, and as the tunnel forms, it becomes ever similar to almost a tunnel that you've seen before from one of the creatures, and the way that they've kind of hollowed them out. However, it's slightly caved in onto a few sides, thereby making it difficult to move through, even for medium, because it's a shallow hole now, and also not as wide. So it's kind of caved and moved in over time, it seems. But a lot of the kind of cut marks from the claws and the mandibles of the creature are still visible.
I believe
So,
it might just be going towards their home. A nest.
So
or
it's just a pile of rocks in front of us.
It is a massive pile of rocks that have caved in from the 7-foot ceiling above. So essentially, there's been a cave in from above.
Does it look like they're like more will fall, or just like they're just deposited? Like, can we see the top
For
separation?
that, I need you to make a nature check. Probably the first time we're going to use a nature check in this regard. 20. Working through stone, right, in the earth, movement of a different rumbling that you've heard these mini quakes happening. Not necessarily, they're not from the creatures. They're from volcanic activity that seems to be here in this place. For you with a 20, if you move these rocks, there'll most likely be more. So it's kind of caved in and then stabilized this tunnel.
I hate rocks.
Well, who wants to be first through the death hole?
Through the bug tunnel? Of course. Shall we? If there's a queen, I'm turning around.
I guess I don't fit.
You don't fit through here as a brown bear. Medium size, you have to actually get down and essentially climb through. I'm going to go ahead and pause it. As Athos and Tard, as you wrap around a corner here, it gets a little bit wide and then finishes to form. You see a kind of a cavern forming with the 17 feet ceiling height and above, right, in front of you, and then another shallow tunnel extends into where there's a chromatic amount of light being emanating from. You can't get too many vivid details, however, you see these large veins of this kind of volcanic rock with this bluish-like crystal within it, and also another one of these creatures. Using its mandibles, it seems to be chiseling away at the rock, pulling the blue crystal apart from the volcanic stone. The creature does not notice it.
I'm gonna whisper to Athos. Do you think the blue rock is what the Lich is after? Is he controlling these? Somehow?
Possibly. The dragon said that he wanted to come down here, but he wouldn't let him. I suspect these things may just be opportunistic because no one else is taking whatever it is.
We should tread carefully.
I agree. I'm going to take my passive.
Okay.
In the center here, is that a pillar or a hole?
That is a pillar. So that is a pillar that it's
Okay.
extending upright to the ceiling. Again, it's about 17 feet, and it's irregular, right? Malinformed. And then this is like a tunnel with roughly like a 5 to 4 foot tall ceiling height, and that tunnel kind of extends in the direction of that large, massive chamber that you are all kind of witnessing, looking through. The reason why, Athos, you can't see through it right at this angle is because of the way how tight and formed it is. You really have to kind of pull yourself through in a prone, near prone position. So, Sir Dougal, you move through. You can see there are more creatures. In fact, you can see 3 of these creatures so far, and they are doing very similar as they're making a series of clicks to one another as they begin to work through the rock. Coming out in space, you can see there are 3 large stalagmite pillars extending to roughly 26 to 28 foot ceiling height. It's very irregular, so it comes all the way down to 9 feet at times. There is a tunnel of some kind that beginning to form on the northern eastern side. In addition, you can see the shadow work of the light bouncing through potentially another tunnel on the south here. Creatures do not seem to detect your presence. However, this is bright light that you're in. There's not many places to hide besides pitching yourself to the cavern wall.
Should we shoot them from here? So they have to come one at a time?
Well, you must
Should we
remember
burrow?
they don't
Oh, yeah.
they don't obey walls so much.
Okay. Do we just sneak around them then? On the walls?
Well, I'd like to get a closer look at whatever that rock is. It's clearly important. Good lord, there's so many of them. Okay, yes, I don't. Oh my god, they're everywhere.
There is a lot. In fact, one actually emerges from the ground, tunneling out, begins to work on a rock.
Holy shiz.
Yes, I don't recommend we disturb them.
Quickly. Oh my god. Quickly!
None of them seem to detect your presence. Just FYI, Ares is with you. I'm just not going to move a token while I'm controlling NPC tokens at the same time.
Are there any like smaller pieces of the blue rock?
None
Or
that you
anything?
see. No, those are bits and pieces of the volcanic rock they've actually chiseled away and they've left. So those are the remnants potentially of other veins that are in here. They're actually consuming the blue. They're taking the crystals as they're chipping away at this bluish crystal, giving off that chromatic light, and then they're munching on the mantle as they're chiseling them down and swallowing them whole.
All right.
Athos crack in the tunnel here. This tunnel is continuing in the direction of north. That's all this is telling you.
We've subverted the cave-in.
So before we
Tight
go
squeeze.
further,
Hmm.
we should probably discuss. The Lich is probably not down here. We could probably, safely assume that.
I shouldn't
Do-
think so. We've gone so far.
Do we care about what's down here? Should we just turn around and go back?
We need to find a way to free the dragon tard.
Which is the
We have to
Lich?
do that. We have to kill the Lich. Yes.
Yeah, it could be drawing power for down here. We don't know.
I mean, at this point, we just snuck past 47 of those things. We might as well see what's beyond this hole. Otherwise, that one's a wasted trip. But I do agree at some point we need to consider how far into the earth we're going to go.
It's just a thought. Onward, tally ho.
Okay.
All that, whatever you want to say.
All right, so you've transitioned maybe 80 to 90 feet, and we're onto a new map here. This actually kind of becomes irregular, so you also have to kneel down at times, right? Get yourself picked up at times. And then you're coming into a cavern that seems to be opened up and nicely chiseled here. In the front is a metallic door riddled with dwarvish runes that have been welded and anchored into the stone of the blackened granite. This door has been exploded since it's been hit by a projectile with a large kind of shroud of blackness around the lock as well as the center of itself, and then thrown in the backside of the tunnel behind it with a roughly 9-foot ceiling height. Again, this is more perfect than you've seen thus far. It's not crude work, especially this door. This door has numerous different locking mechanisms, it would seem, but they've been kind of broken, bludgeoned, potentially from magic. You see there's some cracks and veins of that magic still existing within the blackness of the soot and the charcoal that blists on the door. In addition, many of the bolts and other fasteners and things are kind of broken off.
Don't
Do
know
you
if
think
I'm
this
more
may have been a
disturbed-
treasury?
I don't know if I'm more disturbed that there's a door here or that something's blasted through it.
As you make your way through, a red and white crystal cavern forms, somewhat with a 20-foot dome ceiling. You now begin to hear the sounds of water flowing. Less than that, it's pretty loud. Seems
We
that this
should
water... Go for it.
I was going to say we should examine these crystals before we continue.
There seem to be quite a few of them. Do they seem to be giving off any sort of energy or...
We're gonna get to this. So the water flows slowly in the crossroads, right? That's where you're hearing the sounds come from. There are 4 crystal geodes. They support the cavern, the 20-foot dome ceiling. At its center, along with the rest of the crystals, giving off this same kind of vivid chromatic light, the reddish giving off red, the white giving off white, creating that hues of different colors. The crystal at the center is a beautiful 19-foot tall white crystal that vibrates with pure energy. And its hum pulsates the surrounding air. It's actually vibrating. And that pulsing, you can see the air, almost like the molecules, right? Kind of moving and vibrating around it. And that's that. Right there.
Well, I was talking about these in this hallway, but
Yeah, the
are
ones
these normal-ish
they
looking?
yeah, they're not humming, they're not having any sort of energy around them, but they are glowing a little bit of that reddish coloration, right? So they're very similar in kind of aiding the light of the space. It's just not very bright, and so there's no really like almost like a cumulative factor to it. Like in the chamber, the entire chamber surrounded by crystals. It's a red and white crystal chamber. You cannot see nearly any of this dark granite except for the floors.
How far down is the water?
The water is only about a foot or so down, and doesn't seem like it's incredibly deep, but it's very dark and murky, so you can't see the bottom. It's also extremely fast moving. All of the water from the crossroads is going towards the crystal. White crystal veins growing around, kind of forming these natural bridges.
Does it look like the water is flowing down under it, or
Make a
getting
perception
absorbed
check.
up?
Nereus is going to just reach a hand down and scoop up some of the water to, like, I guess, smell it before he tastes it. I don't know what you do with water.
It smells like normal mountain
Yeah,
spring
he'll
water.
taste it. Yeah.
Taste it. Tastes like water. 13. It seems that it's not flowing into anywhere underground. It's just hitting the crystal and disappearing. As that happens, the crystal's hum pulsation becomes ever more like static, becoming more and more constant. And then in a flurry, purple and pink cackling lightning shoot out of the crystal as this fills into like a electronic storm, right? Electrical storm explodes outwards. Based on your token positions, Athos and Sir Dougal, you are both struck. As you're struck, you both are independently frozen in your own time.
Oh.
The crystal glows and hums within it, within your mind. It bounces through you and wants you to request something. Immediately, you are brought back So storm has already retracted to everyone else, it seems. The electrical storm, in that moment, out and then collapsed in. You were free to move around, your hands and all. But the water and the electrical storm around you was frozen in time. So you both were in your own independent times. So if you each stop time for yourselves. So to Tardan and Arius, nothing has happened at all. You just saw them both struck because they didn't even move. And they didn't react or act or say anything.
What do you mean request something? There was a voice, you mean?
There was no voice. There is no words. There is nothing. There is just the feeling of urge. If you've ever been, I'm hungry, right? I could use something salty to eat. I'm craving salt. That is the feeling. It's almost as if you had this big juicy piece of gossip and you had to tell your friend, right? That little thing, that feeling, you needed to tell them. That is kind of what was happening.
But they look unharmed, right? Like this doesn't look like something we've seen.
They look
Damodar do.
unharmed. They look
That's
unharmed.
the same color lightning as Damodar? Like exactly the same or no?
That's correct. It is.
Well, Nereus is gonna try and pull Athos back if he's just standing there.
Okay.
I don't know if
Athos, are you allowing yourself to be pulled back?
It's 1 second. There's something here. It wants us to want something.
Sir Dougal, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get a little closer to the crystal.
Okay. Take a step towards the crystal, using the crystal veins that are kind of protruding outwards. The vibration hums. It's shaking your skin. You can feel it at this range. It's moving so fast and quick. Athos, you step forward. Darius, are you imposing upon, or are you just letting Athos move forward?
this feels like a bad idea.
We're all
You're
in this
probably not
together at this
wrong.
point.
Tardan, you
Came
take a
this
step
far.
forward. Before you can finish each other's sentences here, it happens again, exploding outwards in purple and pink cackling lightning, filling an electrical storm as it spreads outwards. It strikes into Tardan, Athos, and Sir Dougal. The crystal glows and hums within your minds. As time is independently stopped, it bounces through you and wants you to request something. An urge and a compulsion fills your mind.
Tardan would picture power, seeing as how he wants to rival Damodar. That's kind of all he would do, is think about that.
Athos
Sir-
is. Oh, go ahead.
Sir Dougal imagines a dead Grugash.
Athos is going to reach towards the stone crystal. And he is going to silently request the means to destroy the Lich. As he knows that's not a simple feat to do.
Okay. So, Tardan, nothing happens. You're still in that independently frozen time. You're unaware of what's happening, besides the fact that the storm is filled and things. Sir Dougal, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw. Natural 20. As the veil between time and space begins to bend, you too are taken in mind. The vision begins to form, and that which you have requested begins to unravel before your mind. You are in a space, a large chamber, with pools of acid, a central stone ring, and another interior plateau with different staggering of elevation. You can see an elder black dragon with tattered flesh, 2 incisor tusk bones that come around either side, with hollowed out eyes almost, and just acidic burns everywhere of this tattering. Right? It's a live, living dragon. It's curled up in itself, snaking. As it does, you are in front of it now, looking up in its direction. As that happens, you can see that there is a black stone in your hand. It's very similar to your own, but it is not the same. It is translucent. It moves with these black draconic scales, and it dribbles acid. In addition, it is a hexagonal prism. It's slightly aglow with a blackish light. A deep and guttural voice comes out. The choice is yours. Not of the dragon, but it seems as though the stone in your mind as the dragon pulls itself down and begins to pull apart its chest, revealing a beating heart. And as that, the vision begins to fade, collapsing around you. And we're going to pause your situation there. Athos, you're requesting the means to kill the Lich. Right.
Right.
I need you to make an intelligence saving throw. The crystal glows and hums within your mind. It bounces through you and begins to pierce the fabric of your memories. As the veil between time and space begins to bend, it ignores your desired request and instead begins to form its own vision. The vision unfolds and reveals an old man with a bluish white, a kind of a bluish white pointy hat and a great large gray beard, sitting in a small wooden chair whilst overlooking a grand oaken desk riddled with arcane and menagerie of rune. He moves his hands over an amulet of a golden dragon laying on the desk. As the vision takes you closer, an attempt to revealing this individual's identity, as you're looking at the backside, you can't see the face. Only see in the back right, in this room of some arcane lore, rooms, scrolls stacked and different shelving, metallic nature, wooden pillars sprawling, and kind of a domed skylight window. As you're trying to see, turn your body, a loud boom overtakes your mind and your body. You begin to lose yourself, and you feel yourself being torn apart. Sir Dougal, I need you now to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Uh-oh.
17. The electrical storm ends for everyone except for Athos. Athos, you're being struck in an unconscious-like state, being pulled apart and absorbed. Pieces of your body begin to break apart in dazzling purple and pink dots as the crystal is consuming you. Begin to hover in the air as the crystal begins to pull you apart in this unconscious state. Sir Dougal, your wisdom saving throw, you have come out of it, and if you succeeded you now remember the vision, as well as a few bits and pieces of the past hour, full back into your memory. And that split second, you can see Athos being destroyed. What do you do?
I'd like to leap, rabbit hop at him to try and tackle him away from the crystal.
Okay. Anybody else?
I mean, yeah, I would try to help pull him down since I'm right here.
Okay. I need whoever it
We're all
is,
going to die.
whoever it is, to make an athletics check, please, with advantage.
Dougal, that's all you.
Yep. With an 8,
Oh my God.
unsuccessful. You see beginning to be pulled apart even further. Athos, your hair on top of your head. You had any, it's gone. Completely pulled apart. Your skin being pulled, similar to like a Deadpool, like esque, as the tattering of your flesh is being pulled, and you're shaking with convulsions violently. Nereus?
All right.
He cackles in the background.
If it was Chardon. He's gonna cast control. Oh, that's not where I wanted to click. But that's.
It's okay. We don't need a template.
I mean, in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
He's gonna cast control water and redirect flow and like redirect all the water away from the crystal back where it came.
Okay. So, taking the opportunity here, you pull the water outside of the crystal, and as such, the humming and the faintness of the crystal begins to end, and the Athos drops down, toppling to the ground as the lightning pulls back, and no energy or no hum pulsates from the crystal. As you're continuing to control the water, concentrating, reversing the flow, no water is hitting the crystal. The depth of these channels ranges from 4 to 6 feet. You pump out a healing towards Athos. Imagine you also move Athos back out of the way here. I'm going to go ahead and assume. You put 10 points of healing back to Athos, but Athos, you are still unconscious. Technically, you can't fall unconscious because you are your race, but you are in kind of a forced trance-like state. So you have some awareness of what happened, right? And the compelling of the pain and the trauma that your character has just experienced, which is literally the most gruesome thing I can possibly describe to you. You have been consumed. The very fabric of your body was pulled apart. Your armor is unusable. The clothes upon you have been pulled and raked. The weapons are somewhat okay, and you are dramatically fatigued. What that means is unclear.
Well, I'm not gonna say I told you so. But I told you so.
We should probably go back to the hallway, and I can set up a tiny hut while we wait on whatever happened to him to end. It's probably the safest place for us outside of this. Yes?
Yes, maybe next time don't walk towards the thing I told you not to.
I'll pick up Athos and carry him back to the hallway.
Athos, as you're being carried, time slows and stops once more. Your vision begins to fade inwards, and you're brought to a space of void, black. A deep and guttural voice emerges in the space all around you. It's void of all noise. Chosen one, you will be spared.
Bad from what? What just happened?
You have encountered the twin crystal of the other world. It is a relic of my former self. A seed which I had planted in the creation of this planet.
Who are you?
I am what you call the Old One. I cannot heal you or restore yourself from here. My power is dwindled. But trust me, Chosen One, I am an enemy of Damodar. You must make your way to a place called Felgum on the Isle of the Blessed. Reach the waters of the Well of the Nine Realms, and I can restore you, amongst other things.
Let's see. Well, thank you for sparing me, I suppose. Crystal seems not very nice.
Crystal acts of its own unconscious accord. It has no presence of the mind of you or I. It merely
It seemed to
perceives through time.
It's as if it wanted us to take from it or ask of it.
It wants you to request specific moments in time. Like I, the crystal does not exist within the dimension. We are done. You were brought back into space. Still, the trance state fades. And you are awake.
Well, that was supremely unpleasant. Why didn't someone tell me not to touch the bloody glowing rock?
What did you ask for?
I asked it to give us the key to destroying the Lich, because, that's not really a simple task that we've set for ourselves. I get the impression that wasn't what it wanted, though. I think I asked poorly, and paid for it. I did see, I think it was a wizard's tower. It was an old human with a large white beard and a pointy hat, surrounded by all sorts of arcane texts and scrolls, and he had a golden dragon amulet. And I think the tower was about to explode or something when whatever the hell just happened. Oh, and then I met the old one, who's apparently a chap who created this planet, wanted us to know that the stone was the thing that he used to create the planet, and so it's kind of dangerous. So
Out of
again,
character.
probably not to be touching.
Out of character, he said it was a seed that they planted during the creation of this world.
Right.
Yeah. You might be able to assume that they helped create it too.
Right. Assuming you're willing to believe the disembodied voices in the head of someone who just got blasted to high hell from whatever the fuck that was. Apparently, we are meant to go to Felgum on the Isle of the Blessed, and we must seek the waters of the Well of Nine Realms, which is apparently, for one, the only thing that can cure me, because I'm apparently quite fucked at the moment. I don't quite know the extent of that, but it's apparently not good. But also he told me that he was an enemy of Damodar, and that he wanted us to go there in our journey to defeat him. He was a bit vague as to the specifics of that part, though.
Had you ever heard of the Isle of the Blessed before? Is that something new to you?
That is not. I mean, it's not significant to Athos, but he might know of it. I'm just scanning his backstory again, real quick.
Are any of those names things that you'd heard of before? Or was the entire thing novel to you?
This was all. I mean, I recently learned of Damodar. That was the start.
You'd roll a history check or, history check if you want to know more about that place. And looking through as far as notes are concerned, and your character is not privy to that.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but I was just double checking. History check.
25.
And now you roll a 19.
So, the Isle of the Blessed is an isle that was inhabited by gnomes that were pushed off by Temerian colonizers in the region of Athrena to the far south of the continent. These gnomes formed a wizarding or arcane school known as Felgim, and they had reported that the waters had unique properties and that many of them communicated what they referred to as the Old One. The arcane school was open to many. However, the main kind of way to recruit was the kind of Grand Library in Alathan, which was kind of built and operated by them as kind of a recruitment to prospect students and other things. So Felgim, even though it was a research to research the waters, they still taught all realms of magic. Primarily, the school of magic that they focused on was divination, and sub to that was chronergy, or time magic.
I wonder. He would relay some summarized version of that to everyone. If this water that we see here is somehow similar to this water that we've apparently been told to go find, if it had these sort of extra planar supernatural properties. Do you think this is what the Lich was after? That the dragon kept preventing him from getting down there?
You said the Old One was an enemy of Damodar.
Supposedly.
Damodar wanted something here, supposedly. The Lich was here looking for something. The crystals also seemed to negate that same energy around the... I don't know. I think we ended up with more questions than answers.
That does seem to
Let's
frequently
examine these crystals away from the central one.
Okay.
If it asks you for anything, make sure you ask for something related to time. It gets angry if you don't do that.
I didn't ask for anything related to time, and it gave me nothing.
Well, count yourself lucky then. You didn't get the brain aneurysm.
I don't know. I still have to travel with you a lot.
Now,
I'm
he did
sure
tell
we're
me
all
that-
going to end up the same way somehow.
Of course. He told me that the stone perceives all moments in time and that it seeks to... The thing that it wanted us to do was to perceive particular moments in time. So getting outside the realm of that seems dangerous.
I can work with that, but I'm planning on looking at these first. So he's just going to start looking.
Okay. Are you
at
gonna
this.
just see like magical properties of the crystal, or
Yeah, like just Arcana check, like kind of trying to see if he can kind of glean.
Flavor
Okay.
profile.
Yeah, licking, you know.
lick it a little bit?
No, he's
Go
not
ahead.
gonna lick it.
15. There's nothing magical properties that are coming to you. You have an idea, though, that there's some energy that fuels them. It's giving off light, right? That requires some sort of energy. Now, could that be from geothermic, right? Geothermal energy? Could it be from the Centra crystal, right? Giving off that humming, and it's just kind of empowering this. And I think with the 15 Arcana, and knowing that the crystal has, and it's consuming the water to emanate what it's doing, and that energy is kind of dissipating about, that these crystals in this space, the red and the white, are kind of absorbing that, and then they're giving off the light. Could be that these crystals are useful in that regard, that they might be able to hold magic, power, energy, and be able to expend it. But you'd have to do more research, you'd have to figure out trial and error, right? See how that would work.
Before his control water wears off, he's gonna just have one of the streams go through. So like, let's this one. So like that one will flow in just to watch what happens with the crystal, see if anything changes in the room, and it'll tell like everybody what he's doing so that they can kind of look too.
Okay.
Just to see like maybe they feed different parts or
Sure. So you're letting that one go as it kind of goes into the crystal. That same electrode begins again. That humming, that thing. To you, it does not require all 4 paths. It just needs to have a single water source, and so it's enough as it does. It shoots off that electrical storm. You're far out of that reach.
So you mentioned the stone is connected to time, yes?
Yeah,
Some
well,
way?
yeah, he said it seems to be either connected or able to perceive all moments in time simultaneously, I assume.
Do you think, and I'm just throwing crazy ideas out here because this is what I do, that our stones are part of that, seeing as how we've been through 2 events that we don't know when they happened. We just know that they happened. One being the shore, and the other one that I experienced was being teleported to Ethern's lair, and then Ethern attacked us.
Well, what did you see, Dougal? You didn't get blasted apart.
The solution for Lich. I asked for the death of Grugash, and he was revealed to me in his lair, in a vulnerable way. And then my stone spoke to me. The stone. In a way that it never has before. And told me that the choice is mine.
What choice do you think it meant?
I don't know.
Whether or not to kill Grugash.
Right.
There's something we could try. Crystals are often harmonic.
So we hit it.
No. I could try and match the pitch and frequency.
That's probably safer than hitting it.
Pardon, why don't you hit it first?
I have an equally dumb idea, but I don't know if I can do it, seeing as how I've only seen you do it.
Oh, well, then you likely can't. If there's anything I can do, you certainly, cannot.
Is the stupid idea to act really snobbish towards the crystal until it feels badly and gives you what you want?
It was going to be to try to channel energy through my stone at the crystal, like Nereus did with the dragon, and see what happens.
You want to make it bigger.
I want
Always
to see,
compensating, Todden.
similar to him, I want to see if they resonate.
Why don't we try mine
His
first?
is just-
It seems a bit
that's-
safer.
Well, I did say mine was a really bad idea, so yes.
Step 2.
Everyone else's idea before my bad idea.
I'd just like to point out that if this being is who he says he was, and had a hand in the creation of the world, and he's an enemy of Damodar, can you imagine how royally you have had to fuck up that the ancient creator of the world is your sworn enemy?
They do seem to share a power, though. The same energy was.
It's
of
possible
this.
Damodar has taken this thing's power, which is why it doesn't like him.
He did call it. What did he call it? A twin crystal, twin seed. There was
See
an
what it is.
implication that there was another one.
Twin crystal of the other one.
So does that mean we find the other one and harness the other one? Do we already have the other ones? Parts of them?
We can't
All right.
answer any of those questions, Totten.
Look, I'm just throwing things out here. Narius, do your humming mumbo jumbo, and then I'll see
It
if I
can't
can.
hurt to ask. I just spoke to a bloody deity in my head, so
So,
ask away. You never know.
Nereus, before you move up here, we're going to go ahead and take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We hope that you join us back here when we get back. So it's 7:22 p.m. PST when we return. Probably, obviously, a little later than that, given we're back, but we'll see. Anyways, thanks so much, and we will see you.
Bye, chat.
welcome back. If you're still watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. No one's dead. Always a good sign. So, what's the plan here? I heard your narrator put on the Eagle Splendor here, Enhance Ability, and you're beginning to walk up.
Yeah, so he is going to, because you said it's giving off like a pretty powerful hum, right?
It's harmonic for sure. If you can match that frequency.
Yeah, he's going to want to do that. And he has a pretty powerful voice. Yeah, I like to think. I don't know. It doesn't come up like ever, but... Going to attempt to sing back to the crystal at its own frequency as loud as he can.
Make a performance check.
8.
All right, 28. And then what is it you're trying to accomplish? Just destroying it?
I mean, he just wants to see like what happens first. Just like
Okay.
like if it empowers it, if it doesn't do anything, if it resonates. Like he's just testing to see like.
Okay. So, as you begin to sing, oh my gosh, do we still have the... I think I do. Where is it?
Oh, the Nereus sound. We haven't heard this in
Yeah.
forever.
No, we haven't. It's still here. Turn up the audio.
Nobody's actually even heard him sing this either because only Nereus heard it.
As you begin to harmonize with it, sending out the same frequency as the frequency as itself, and the way that the sound begins to work, you begin to empower it, and it begins to hum as a collective. The electoral storm begins to sparkle and cackle further this time as it traces around, almost near hitting you, but it becomes somewhat overloaded as you continue with your high performance check here. Resonating, this crystal begins to fracture and crack. Multiple different pieces of it begin to shatter, break. A wave of energy begins to swoop outwards as it fills the cavern, and the lighting in the space becomes brighter for a time, and the same energy as it does, it fills you. Nothing seems to happen, but it feels strange and odd. The crystal, as well as the lighting in the space, the crystal fractured, and the lighting in the space ceases. The water also begins to pool. The crystal does not feed, and the cavern begins to fill.
I may be flooding this place.
You broke it. You broke.
Good.
Alright.
Fuck that crystal.
In my
should-
defense, I wasn't trying to break it.
We
Although,
should,
if it's attached to the heart of the world, I hope you didn't break the world. Did you break the world, Nereus?
hey, since it's not doing the thing anymore, Athos, you want to go grab a piece of it?
No, you go grab it, please. I'm not touching that fucking thing. Yeah?
We should probably get out of here.
I can swim.
I can too, now that my armor's fucking hosed. I'm basically naked. Let's go find a lich. It just should be fun.
What? Ay. How? Isn't he supposed to be the smart one? How did he break a seed of the world?
My voice is capable of many things, Tardan. Remember that when you make me mad next time.
Yeah,
Even
love
the
you
world
too,
can't
buddy.
bear to hear it.
Wait, is the water filling the chamber?
That's correct. And it's it's very fast, so it's filling quick.
Can you come back here, you two?
What? It's a bit wet back there.
What do you need? I can get it.
Turn us all into dolphin.
Now stop complaining and jump in the water.
Throwing out water breathing? Wow. 10 creatures, 24 hours. Jeez.
Are we? What's the plan here?
You know, this is actually quite smart. We can wait for it to flood, and then we can just pick off those burrowing creatures and collect the crystals in that other chamber. I highly doubt they can
water's
breathe.
Coming from?
The ocean.
The Earth.
No, it's definitely fresh water.
Okay, the sky.
So, we just had the Earth as an answer. The sky, the ocean. Again,
Well, listen,
we don't know
we're
where
in a
it's
cave.
coming from.
Right. The
Well,
answer was
it's
really
relative to time, right? It was in the sky at one point. It's in the Earth later. It's probably in the ocean at some point. So go ask the fucking crystal where the water is in time. Oh wait, Nereus broke it.
I'm gonna start swimming towards one of the. What does the inlet look like? In terms of dimensions, is it something a medium-sized creature can fit through?
No, the opening is under the water, and it's a tiny crack that's emerging. It's going into the darkness in the depths. Obviously, it's gravity.
Tiny
so
crack.
It's gravity. So again, you're talking about ascension as well. So you'd have to figure out how to get into the water, combat the flow of water, and then go through a small size hole and battle against a current that's attempting to go up.
Can you wild shape into a salmon?
You know, I can. That's not going to help you. Can I get here and maybe plunge my head into the water and see what the topography of the basin looks like underneath the surface of the water around the crystal?
You plunge your head into the water. The crystal extends further into the earth. The water itself is 4 to 6 feet deep around it. It's a rough and irregular bedrock of the dark granite of the same flooring that is above. There does not seem to be any drainage that's happening around the crystal. The crystal was literally feeding off the water. But you also want to remind you are out of wild shapes. You used your spider and then you used your brown bear, so you are out of wild shapes.
I can't do it,
So no salmon. Okay.
but yes, it can be done. I think we should wait for the water to flood the cavern ahead of us. And it would make it easier it potentially would scare away those insectoid creatures.
Nereus,
I wonder if they breathe.
as you're standing in the water as it's pooling around your feet, you notice that the water, some of it, begins to slightly dissolve. This is absorbed into your feet, into your legs.
This might be a problem.
You just can't stay in the water.
But if water's a problem for him, we're all fucked.
Wait, why is
We lost that thought. Harrison disappeared.
It's like,
Just, and as you're standing in there, Darius, attempting to figure this out, purple and pink cackling lightning begin to explode from your eyes, arcing around your body. That happens, time pauses for a brief moment. Then happens again.
Oh, goodbye.
Bye, bye, little Sebastian. uh,
Alright, well, he'll move away from the group so he doesn't blast them with lightning.
But what did you mean by it's a problem?
Oh, you missed it. There's
missed it.
purple and pink lightning blasting out of his
I
face.
appear to be the crystal myself now.
I guess you'll have to stay here. It was nice knowing you. See you later.
Can we just leave?
Right.
This
Yeah,
is,
the last time lightning was coming out, bad things happened. I don't. Can we put him out? How do you put out lightning in water?
you probably just remove him from the water.
Blow on it.
I would assume if I move away, but I'd rather not test it here. Let's head back up. Sorry,
Try not to get
Targan, I took
excited.
your power to fight Damodar.
Yeah, that's fine. That just means you're in the death's doorway first. I'm okay with that.
Might be mad you broke his sea.
Oh, yeah, you might upset the actual old god. Hello.
It's alright, I have a dragon now.
Unless we got that,
Dragon
he's dead.
old god. Dragon old god.
So I don't need you to move your tokens at this stage. The creatures that were in that chamber have left. So upon getting to that chamber, wrapping around, the creatures that you would expect moving stealthy in your pace, they don't seem to be there. In fact, the tunnels that they would have left are been caved in. Could be either A, they have fully engorged in their fold. B, maybe that they felt the disturbance of what happened in the rock roughly 100 or so feet away. Right? Or C, they just said, fuck it, we're out. So regardless of that, I don't need you to move your tokens. We don't need to move anything across the board. Right? Because those creatures are no longer there. I'm going to move you back to a specific space here. 1 second. This is going to be Tresgal's prison. And I will narrate a little bit here so you understand where you're
Are we
currently
able
at.
to get some of the blue crystals? And
You
ready
can.
those
We were
before we
gonna
go?
use them.
Yeah, just pull them, bring
Yeah.
them with us.
Yeah, you can.
grab
I'm going to
a
bring
couple
you into that room real quick. So, the water is flowing, but there's a large amount of volume for this water to fill, so even though the rate is crazy. This dark volcanic rock is very similar to an obsidian or a pumice, right? It has properties that would make it very strong, all properties that kind of almost like a glue to the blue crystal. The blue crystal is almost like helping it out and essentially gluing it together. Do any of you have like jeweler's tools or anything to break off the stone to get to this crystal?
A crowbar.
I have a hammer.
I love it. Whoever's gonna do it, make a flat dex check, I guess.
Maybe not the dude that just got fried by lightning.
Yes.
I think you still have the highest dex of the group, though. You or me? Call it.
I'm tired. You do it. I'll help.
15. You begin to work away, tapping away. You remove a bit of volcanic stone as well as the blue crystal. You take a piece off and you have it. You begin to realize that if you would try to get just the blue crystal off, away from this, right? Just the blue crystal and excavate the volcanic stone, you'd be here for hours. This is delicate work. So you're better off after about 10, 15 minutes of time. You're better off just kind of chiseling off a piece of this entirety and just pocketing it. As
Okay.
far as what you
Yeah, I'll-
got in 15 minutes, relation to pound worth, you got about 3 pounds.
You have a rock collection. Excellent.
All right, we should go now.
Okay.
Yes.
Everyone done with harvesting? Just getting the 3 pounds and we're done? Alright. Everyone's pretty fucking traumatized right now. Alright.
It's been a day.
Everyone's, I mean, we can end this session right here. I mean, everyone seems to be really traumatized right now. I don't know about it. Alright. We're going to get back up to here.
And the dragon just breathes on all of us.
Oh yeah, I was like, and lightning breath, and that's the end of the session.
So, as you come into here, you can see Trescal with the head down, slowly raises it and looks. Also going to advance the time clock, and I'll put back the light, given how long it took you in this escapade. What did you find?
A crystal planted when the world was made or something. But we destroyed it.
So whatever the Lich was after is gone.
I believe so, yes.
Just good. Any further information is how to free me.
Not down there, I'm afraid.
I did ask the crystal how to kill the lich. It tried to kill me. It's not forthcoming.
Tell me. What do you think the Lich would have use of this crystal?
It appears to see into time, if I'm to understand correctly, right, Ethos?
Yeah. That was the story that I was given.
It was of great value to this Lich. It drew it mad, broke its memories, and faded its being. I have killed the Lich numerous times. Its attempts to get to it. Hopefully it's worth it to you, my humble partner. Where will you go next?
There's that tunnel to the north, I suppose.
My vote is going up before we go down again. Down did not end well.
Which way does the Lich normally come from?
The Lich only comes from the south. Does not go north.
So the way we came in.
That is correct.
And likely the way the lich is still barred until we figure out how to open that gate.
Does everyone feel alright to continue, or should we rest?
Well, if we rest here, is your new buddy gonna eat us?
Oh, buddy. How cute.
I think
What
he likes
is your name?
Well, me? I'm Tartan.
Ooh, Tardan. Why don't you come over here?
I think I'm good where I'm at.
Oh. Your companions are weak.
To be fair, it has been quite a day.
Oh. A day is nothing in the minuscule time frame of years. Upwards of 1,000.
I got disintegrated by an ancient god. Spare me your trouble.
Just because you might have been tickled on your pickle does not care to me.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
His pickle is probably hanging out right now after that too. So
Pretty
there's
much,
that.
yeah.
Turn his outie into an innie.
Pick yourself up and walk another day. You'll be fine.
What's that?
You are more than welcome to rest in here. I will not eat you or harm you. I will take flattery as a reward. I just pay my
We give you a
Daenerys is
nickname?
Great at that.
A nickname. What does that mean?
You know, like a shorter name. It's a sign of camaraderie and
Is Tresgal not short enough for you? Just
call him
Do
Trey.
not give him a nickname, Twadin. None of us have those.
well, we can just call him T. Then he'd be the coolest one of us.
leans
Like
forward,
Big T.
smiles. I believe that nicknames are given to pets. I am not a pet. Air fills with static electricity.
I don't know. Neri seems to call me a dumbass a lot, so that's kind of like a nickname.
That's just the truth.
I agree.
But if you would like us to call you anything else,
There is no
Tresdal
other
the
name.
Terrifying, Tresdal the Glorious Incarnation,
Keep
That's a total
going.
Forever. Tresdal the Conqueror.
Ooh, I like
Into
that
it.
one.
Ooh,
You may call me
Trescal the
that.
Dragon.
Tresgal the Conqueror. I like it.
Alright. There you go, Tardan. There's your nickname for him.
You just had to make it longer. That you defeated the purpose of the nickname.
It's all about size with you, isn't it?
It's all about simplicity.
Well, rest your mortal bones and close your pathetic eyelids. Opens its head. Just stares.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, no, that's. I'm gonna go sleep in the hallway.
Getting out of the way of that lightning breath. We're gonna get out of the way of that breath.
Just in case he sneezes in the middle of the night or something.
You know, just
So, Jugal, where are you going?
Just looking around.
Snoopert.
me and Athos had the same idea as soon as I moved. He was like, yeah. Maybe go up half a flight of stairs or up a flight of stairs, you know, just like a little bit out of it, you know, just so he can't see us.
Do you
Gotcha.
mind if I rest by you, Tresco the Conqueror?
You are more than it is most appropriate for partners to rest.
Perhaps I might glean some of your majesty merely relaxing in your presence.
Perhaps so. Perhaps so.
And Nereus was giving us crap for defacing a body, and he's sleeping with a dragon.
A dead dragon.
Tell me, Nereus, when will you dispose of your pathetic companion?
Todd, can you cast silence?
They have their purpose, though. Not sure.
As servants
do
usually
die,
do.
I'd like to see them drown.
Drown. I'm sure that Tardan would cry like a little baby.
Or he'd just turn into a shark. You jerk.
But I like to think that everyone can have a purpose. And that surely one wise as you understands that every pawn can be put to use.
Of course, a servant is only as valued as what it does and its worth in service to its master. No matter how minuscule, a grain of seed can often grow to a whole valley of flowers.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to close my eyes, but if you need anything, I'll be right here. And we'll
Of
get you out as soon as we can. We just have to, I think, kill this lich, and probably that'll be the key to releasing you from these bindings.
Lowers the head, turns it, lets you have a little nestled crook, bottom side of its neck. Its job.
He's so scared of those other people in this party. Nereus is going up to distract him. Worst
All right.
possible person.
At this point, is there anybody else wants to do anything? Long rests here.
I think just long rests, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead. Advance time clock.
Oh. Hey, Nereus, you don't have the sending spell, do you?
No, my fans tend to reach out to me, not the other way around.
He won't even
That's-
talk to people in the room. You think he's going to talk to people elsewhere?
I had to ask.
Doesn't hurt. All right, so as you awake, Treadsgall did not sleep. Slowly imitates its breath with its head down. You don't also see Nereus, but you imagine Nereus is still there. And
Oh god, he ate Nereus. Let's go.
all three of you are undisturbed relatively here, the base of the staircase that the staircase ascends, right? So you're in this kind of tunnel through the crack. You've made your way. And you feel rested, rejuvenated, and full of life. Now, Athos, you have not recovered from this dexterity change. Your armor hasn't spontaneously recovered, and your hair hasn't spontaneously grown back, nor your skin healed. But it's starting to. Your hair and your skin. You are healing. It's not that you cannot heal from this. You cannot come back to the way you were before. It's just a process, and it takes time. Now, the lethargy that you feel, that does linger. It's almost like you have kind of like a little bit of a hangover, right? That's just kind of there from the ordeal.
It's so bright. It's too early for that shit. Jesus. Fucking head hurts.
I suppose we should head down?
Up.
South? Up? Why are we heading
North.
up? Aren't we trying to
haven't
kill
gone
this
that
lich?
Well, we have to open the gate. We've already been south with the gate was shut. It's
then-
either up in this tunnel or down in the one to the west.
Well, we know we didn't clear the whole floor. We have that area where the Minotaur was.
There is that one area.
And we didn't do anything with the statue.
I suspect the statue was just guarding the entrance to the Minotaur, but
There is another possibility.
it's all been a lie.
No, another possibility is you didn't solve that That correct.
It is possible we just sucked at the
The
chess floor.
checkerboard thing. You didn't solve it.
Yeah.
That could be possible.
Regardless, I want to see what's up these stairs. We can always turn around if it's awful
Whatever.
or pointless.
So Athos, you're going up.
Wait, do I recognize these stairs? Do these look like no? Because those were circular. Never mind. Okay.
Tardan, you're going upstairs as well.
Yeah, where Athos goes, Tardan goes.
All right, Sir Dougal.
Sound plan.
Yeah, follow.
Okay.
Oh, we'll be back.
All right then. Darius, you're going to the staircase that descends.
Oh, that's not okay. Well, drag me to where they. I don't know. I can't. I don't have dark vision, so I don't see where they went.
All right. We're all going up. Sounds good. Give me 1 second. I would love if you went like that on the wrong one. Wait, where's everyone? Oh no!
They'll be on brand. They're
Yeah,
all
right.
good.
There is those. You stay on the stairs. You don't get off the stairs.
Okay. So as you're ascending the staircase here, I'm going to give a description. Let me get my notes situated. Where is it? Okay. So ascending the solid carved stairs, the tunnel proceeds south here from what your current position is to a large bedrock-like chamber. Given the fact that you're at a lower ceiling height here that opens up, you'd imagine that it reaches above 10 feet. There can be observed and perceived the sights of this glowing aura from the pillars at this point. Athos, you're able to kind of perceive that. In addition to the sounds of the arcing of like electricity. It could be the same ones that are kind of tracing around, and it says you can't see that. Now, with your vision, Athos, you can just barely make out writhing eye tentacles from some sort of creature inside of the light that's giving off from the pillar. Unpaused.
Hey, good news. I think we may have found one of the control mechanisms for the dragon. Bad news is more of those squishy eyeballs.
Sir Duels is going for it.
Charge.
Charge it in.
Is this one alive?
So as you're looking through, you can see that there are more than just that creature, based on your perceptions by some of you. They seem to be nearby the pillars. They are floating in the air. They are moving. They are looking in the direction of the center of this structure. Now, what appears to be is that the lightning is emerging from the centermost object. The object is a conical-like lock of some kind, similar to like a shell turned onto its side with spiral conicals. It's difficult to tell what that is simply because it's very small, especially from your current position. The lightning is arcing through different small-sized runes and orbs, essentially like a Tesla coil, as it goes down into the pillars. This lock is roughly about 3 feet at every level. So you have a total of 3, so you're about 9 feet above the floor that you're currently at. Beyond that, no one has perceptions to see anything else in this space.
I fear whatever we need to deal with that, we do not have yet. It's likely being kept by the Lich.
So do we deal with these first or the Lich first?
So we come back
If
here
we
later.
take care of this, we might not even need to kill the Lich. Could free the dragon.
That's true, if we can find a way to do it without whatever. I would assume he has some method of controlling a lock in this thing, but who knows?
Well, I'd rather fight these without the Lich, personally.
Yes.
So kill them now, kill them later. Do we talk to them? Do these ones look alive? Or do they look like the ones that they fought?
I
while
don't
I was-
think they're probably in the mood to talk.
They have decayed flesh. They have very similar
Okay.
to that. They're moving. The tentacles are moving around them.
Oh yeah.
But beyond that, you can't tell.
Athos is going to turn invisible.
Okay.
And I'm going to go scout ahead for a bit, see if there's anything else in here.
I'll hang that. Remember, they were drawn to the light. It's probably why they're by those pillars.
You see a floating skull, unlit, just hovering on the west side of the
Nice.
structure. As you make your way around, there's no other exits or entrances into this chamber. It has a solid, slightly domed 20-foot ceiling. The pillars extend into that ceiling, bracing against it. The lightning arcs around them and goes down into the level below you.
Tap Tartan on the shoulder.
What the hell?
So, there are 4 of those floating bulbous monstrosities, as well as 2 of those rather unpleasant floating skulls that kept blowing us up before. I did not see any other entrances or exits or other baddies of note. They just appear to be guarding whatever this is, best I can tell.
So one way or another, since they either have to come down or we have to unlock that, we have to kill these.
Yes, we will have to kill them now or later. It's just a question of when, I suspect. Although, these are all creatures of the dead, so to speak. It's possible, if we kill the Lich, they all just go away. Perhaps, depending on the method of their creation.
They did say that the Lich had something to control dead, right?
Yes, but the Lich has been killed multiple times and these are still here.
Right, but he was never truly dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we know anything about Liches? Lich death?
You make a religion check if you like. 21.
Nice.
The religious text about a lich is few and far between. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of information because liches don't actually exist within this world a whole lot. In fact, in world record, written record, I should say, there's only been 2 documented liches in the world. This being one of them, and another one referred as Kilvas Soltorid in the Baltus continent, which could be a lich, could just be a ruler of some undead army that's in the Ebith region. Anyways, liches generally have what's known as phylacteries, and this allows them to be almost reincarnated or brought back to life. They can't actually die without the phylacteries being destroyed. They will always come back. The mechanisms for how a lich comes back is not explained, right? You don't know that. You just know that the phylactery has something to do with their resurrection. In religious contexts, it is a vessel to store the soul, and that soul is contained within. So, in your mind, Tardan, it'd be of paramount importance for the Lich to stash or store phylactery in the utmost secure and safe location. When you're looking at this is not exactly a secure location. This is not hidden behind any of the puzzles or whatever it was that you faced. This is actually an offshoot from that. You only had to get across one lava chamber, and then you were able to get to this space. So, in your mind, if we're using religion here, this lock most likely has to do not with the Lich, but rather what imprisons the dragon.
I would relay that kind of summed up. We're looking for something of importance, likely behind that last door. Whatever's important to the Lich, he probably has a soul in it.
Was incredibly astute, Tom.
You know what would have been really helpful right now, though? That stupid tree hadn't ate my stupid stick, and I could control the soul.
I don't suppose he put the soul in the dragon. That would be terrifying. It's all been a ploy.
That would be a very secure place to put a soul.
Indeed, exactly. All right, well, we could kill these now, I suppose, or we could come back later. They're not particularly important at the moment. Unless we think we can get through whatever that device is, but I suspect we won't.
You want to try and lure them one at a time?
They have I-beams, so I don't want to do that. You can try.
Or, I mean, the Lich summoned the undead, right? Like, that's the lore behind this whole entire girder place.
Summoned or created, yes.
I do think that we just deal with the Lich, and then if they're still here, we deal with them then.
Yeah, that would be my estimation as well. All right, shall we then?
Quietly?
You're smart. Would you any words?
If we want to see how they'd react, if Sir Dougal wants to summon something and have it run out, I think that would be best.
Want to slaughter an innocent animal?
They're not really animals, they're fey creatures.
And they're hardly innocent.
That's specious. I mean, I'm all for an experiment. I love data. Answers, results.
Can't believe you want to use something that has no control over itself.
Those plots in the graph, baby.
It doesn't have to answer the call, Tardan. But if you'd like to demonstrate, that's fine too.
I want to go find this Lich. That's my vote.
The Lich isn't going to necessarily help us get our new friend out. This area looks a lot more promising for breaking those chains, don't you agree? And we need to get out of here soon so we can go and heal our good friend here.
Well, I believe the place we have to go for that is quite far away.
That's all right. Flying should make it quite quick.
Isn't it rather dry in the Aeronarius?
Depends on the air.
No drier than down here.
It's been rather damp the last day or so.
Alright, I'll leave it up to you and Dougal.
That would just be my suggestion. It's a good test, but we can also just charge in and fight them. That works too.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I suppose we have to come back here anyway, so we want to deal with it now. I'm not going to go first.
I think what we should do is summon a horde of animals over here to the right And after that draws the attention of all these undead eye stalk things, we should all quietly and quickly slink in to the left, around the commotion, and ambush the well, whatever it was you described over there.
And
There's
do
one.
remember to spread out. Those fireballs were quite nasty.
Yeah, and they're on
So-
opposite sides, so they're going to be difficult to deal with simultaneously.
There's also one big glaring issue to that plan. This one can't see in the dark.
Is there a spell to replace your eyes? That would be very convenient.
I mean, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
There are those pillars of light. It's fine.
I mean, as soon as they hit us with a fireball, it'll be quite bright.
All right, Dougal, it's your plan. It's on you.
You ready? Stealthily, we're gonna slink in to our right, map's left.
Make a stealth check.
Passive is only 29 now.
This is Dougal with the nat 20 stealth coming through. All right. Go ahead. Move your tokens. 35. Higher than
I
that.
technically have
Higher
advantage,
than
but it
that.
doesn't
Higher than
matter.
that, 20. I love it.
Okay, and when we get to about, what's the range? 60 feet. Can I do that still? I can, so I'm going to move a little farther. Okay, and then once I'm about here, I'm going to cast actually, that could be a bad idea. Yeah, we're going to keep moving for now, as long
Okay.
as we're...
All right. If you're going to conjure animals, I have to tell you that you need to see the space that you're conjuring animals.
Right.
You can't just...
Understood.
Okay. Ares is going to
Wait,
follow.
As long as the stealthing is going well, though, I'm going to keep stealthing.
Ares is just going to cling to the walls and follow. Darius still with the light hanging back.
I mean, he's
Yeah, I
gonna
was
stay
gonna
here.
say-
Like he's. The plan is to see if they do anything, right, and then pick them up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ares is going to walk back, probably.
All right, and then from here... Oh, boy.
Am I within 30
How
feet of them?
far this way can I...
Okay.
So right here, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals on this spot.
Okay.
Well, actually, wait a second. My teammates are up here somewhere, right?
Yes,
So
do it. Do it.
no.
Do it.
That's unnecessary. I'm going to do it on this spot down here.
Okay.
But instead of my traditional, I should say, 1 beast of CR2, I'm going to instead choose 8 beasts of CR 1/4.
All right. I'm going to have it pause through you spawning.
I mean, that's a really good question.
Wait, you had this whole plan? You didn't even know what you're going to make?
Let's say it's a I don't know what you'd call a group of giant badgers, but a group of giant badgers.
You want a group of giant badgers?
I want 8 giant badgers.
It's known as a set.
Is that
Is
really
that
what
what,
they're known as?
is that what a group of badgers is?
CETE, yeah.
Oh, I'll take a set of badgers. 8 of them.
You know, you learn things new every day. I'll tell you what. All right, I'm coming up.
Educational game.
Can you keep out your
exactly.
your measure tool for me?
Oh, absolutely. This is the center of the spellcast.
All right, 8 badgers up. Okay, so as you throw down the badgers casting magic, the eye looks in the direction. I need everyone to roll initiatives, please.
Gosh darn it.
I mean, I'm just gonna roll once for the Badgers. If that's cool with you.
Yes, please do.
This has gone well.
Oh God.
Welp.
Well, you beat the Badgers.
Have fun.
Did I?
Athos
I
did.
didn't. Yeah, Athos did. I
All
did
right.
not. I get to go last.
We ready to rock?
I mean, I think so.
All right.
No time like the present to die.
All right, here we go.
What do you do with a drunken sailor?
Is this the Badger music?
That's perfect.
We're
the
gonna
Badger
play.
combat.
We're gonna get it done. Let's
They're
do it.
singing
All right.
Badgers, right? You conjured
They're
from the
singing
Feywild.
that.
This
That's
is-
what I would think, anyways. This is what I'm feeling like. All right, so Ares has started round 1. I'm going to keep it for a little bit. Ares is going to pop out into the crack. The crack is only about 10 feet, but I have it opened up to about 20, so you can kind of see through it. So that's only about 10 feet as far as the actual entrance of into the cavern. So Ares is going to put arrows into the bow and point them in the direction of the closest target, right? Essentially saying which target is going to react. I'm pacing and try to fire off my arrows. So the hold action comes out of Ares here. Sir Dougal, you're up next.
We're going to run up to this. Oh, whoop, that was a measurement tool. We're going to run up to here. Bonus action rage.
Okay. You can hold out
Target
bolt for your
this
first
guy.
attack. It is surprised.
We're going to swing away.
All right, swinging away. Or gonna get that out of there. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Let's do this one. Okay, 25 is going to connect. You do a total of 4 points of piercing damage. The creature is resistant to piercing damage.
Bonus action, end my turn.
All right. Ending turn. Now turning in the direction of you, Sir Dougal, as you've made your way outwards. It sees as it hovers over in the direction, floating. It then
Fireball me.
cackles and looks at your direction and fires off a large beam. This ray as it shoots out across the cavern, strikes into you. 17 hits. You take 4 points of fire damage as you resist with your totem bear, forcing concentration on your passed out trace. That is the end of the creature's turn. We then end. Hovers and move roughly 5 feet, looks into your direction. It fires off a green beam that is darker turquoise, prompting you for a Constitution saving throw, succeeding with a 19, as the effect was paralyzation. Nereus, you're up next. While I'm doing something to go through Ares' health here, by the way. Nice. All right, 24 points of damage, 28 points of damage with a critical.
Wow.
Pump it deep. Sprout.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah. Watery sphere. What? Let's get a good look at that. Is this supposed to be Conjurer? I've never actually seen this spell ever.
Really, it's the best. There hasn't been a
I've
good time to use it. He was
never
gonna
had
use it to
anybody
help
ever
Tardan
use
today,
this
but he
spell.
was
I have
like, "No, I
no
don't want it."
idea. Okay, I have no idea what this
It's
does.
so
You gotta
good.
make-
It's
give me-
basically a bubble that restrains people in it, and you can move it around so that they kind of bounce it on them and trap more people.
If you have the grouse for restoration. Save that. Jack. Okay, on a successful save, they're ejected from the space into the occupant. Okay, and then a huge or larger creature succeeds on the saving throw
Because
automatically.
they're too big. They can't fit inside. It's only 4 squares.
And a larger, smaller creature can choose to fail. So technically, this creature is going to automatically succeed because it's too large.
No, it's a large creature.
Huge or larger creature. Okay, so it has to make
Yeah,
a save,
it's a
and it did so, and it failed. It's restrained. And it's engulfed by the water. Oh, good thing it doesn't breathe.
yeah. But all attacks have advantage against it, and it can't do it.
Okay,
Move,
so
so.
this creature can't be made prone either, so it can't be brought back. So it's just kind of thrown into the bubble and surrounded and restrained by it. I think that's it, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Wow, I've never seen that ever. So that's the first time. Thanks for that. All right, we come to the restrained creatures right off the bat here, right off the rip. All right, so it's gonna be restrained. Can it fire? It can fire out of it, right? Spherical thing. Why not? Does it have vision? Let's see, measure. Yes, it does. Let's see which it fires off. All right. Oh, cool. Dark turquoise beam fires out in direction Sir Dougal. You're going to succeed on a Constitution saving throw, not paralyzed by the effect. It then is going to end its turn, and it does not try to get out of the water spherical. It does not understand what it is. It does not breathe, so it's just moving around inside of the bubble of water. Ending turn. Now come to the next one. This one is going to look in your direction, Sir Dougal, as you've made yourself known, attacking with your rapier. This creature is going to look and fire off a bluish beam. Strikes into your direction, hits you into the shoulder. You're going to fail your Constitution saving throw, and you take approximately 20 points of damage, and that is resisted from 41. You succeed on your concentration. Athos, you are up.
Oh, that looks unpleasant. Yes. Dear. Things are everywhere. I remember these are particularly nasty. I'm going to try and help you with this. It's advantage because I'm invisible, right?
That's correct. You're also a surprise attacker, so it's advantage on the first strike, but you'll have advantage for the second strike as well. Creature does not perceive you. 21 is going to hit 9 points of piercing damage, 4 points of piercing damage, because that is resisted. So a total of 25 points of damage with the sneak attack coming through. Then you are now visible, and the visibility ends. Now sees you.
Okay. I would like to bonus action dash.
Okay. All right. You bonus action dash. The creature takes no attack of opportunity against you. Just cackling away. We now come to the badgers. All right,
Attack!
knights. Let's get it done. All right, badgers are gonna go off with their attack, bite and claws.
These guys are gonna dash, and one of these guys is gonna come here, and then two of these guys are gonna action dash to come here. So I'm gonna get. I think it's a multi-attack.
I'm gonna move your badgers on the right side a little bit here because they can go further than that on a dash, and then the 4 around. Yes, they have a multi-attack. They have a bite and claw strike that they can make. I have the modifiers. instead of making these rolls independently, all I want you to do is make 8 d20 rolls, please. That's going to be the easiest to do.
8 d20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You are
Roll it up.
You are now in the life of a DM, sir. Welcome.
There's a 20 in there. And a 1.
All right, let's take a look. Whoa, we
That's
got
a
a net
couple of good
20.
ones.
That's nuts. It's actually really, really good. Okay, what do we got here? So the 1, 5, 8, those miss 19, 20, 13 is going to hit. So 3 is not, and the 19 is going to hit. So we have, technically we have bite, we have a claw strike, and then we have a bite. So 2 bites and 1 claws. I need you to make 2d6, so roll 2d6 for me, and then I need you to roll for me 2d4. All right, let me go ahead and get the modifiers here. Badges, we have +1 and +1, so that's +3 to the lot. And then maximize for the crit. 18 total damage dealt from all 4 of the badgers.
Nice.
So they'd be going to-
Badgerific.
Hovering around. That is it for the badgers.
I think that's it for the badgers, yeah.
All right. Creature is going to take a disengage and hover into the air. 10 feet. Ending turn.
Coward!
It just rises away. All right, Sir Dougal, you're faced with this skull creature in front of you. Seems to be kind of not alighting itself in flame. It points down into the earth and unleashes a fireball upon itself.
It's gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt me.
You think this creature is immune to fire damage.
Oh my god.
So it takes nothing.
Stupid.
Natural 1. You take 18 points of fire as you resisted 36 total.
Wait a second. Something's wrong.
What's wrong?
I guess I need to look at my character sheet. I thought there was a thing about barbarians having like danger sense.
You have
You have
advantage on dexterity
advantage
saving
on
throws.
dexterity saving throws when you can see them coming at you. Yeah, so you can make it again if you'd like.
I'm gonna do that again.
But I will never remind you of that because you need to interpret it from your character if you have it or not. It's still a
Oh my
Nice.
god.
Hey, double the last. on the roll.
Shut up.
It was
So-
meant to be.
When early on in
yes.
the game.
Oh my god.
That's so bad. Another net. What is this? Get him out now. Keep rolling. Just roll. Get him out. So I will say, like, early on in the game, I probably will be more generous with players and stuff. But when we get to this and we're starting to, get higher level, I really won't remind you of some of the mechanics that your character has, unless you're a completely new player. Danger sense is something you have. Good thing you reminded yourself. You have to take that. If it's some sort of, if I'm describing this exactly how I did, it opens its mouth and it points it down to the ground. It sends a fireball literally on itself. You should immediately recognize me like, I have danger sense. I have advantage on this.
Right.
Like, I could see this coming at me. It's point blank, right? It's right in front of me. So you can definitely take that advantage and just say you're doing it and then do it, right? So if it prompts you for the saving throw inside of the automation, you can actually still hold down Alt or Option, right? And still get the advantage. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, cool. That's the end of the creature's turn there. Tardan, you're up next.
Yeah. I am not in a good spot for anything that I want to do. I will, I guess, walk 30 feet here. And dang. I'm just gonna target the one closest to me with a firebolt over here.
Okay, you have advantage. The creature is surprised.
Okay.
All right, 20 is going to hit. As you fire off a firebolt, it takes 5 points of fire damage.
All right. That was a bad idea. That's everything I'm gonna do. End my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Ares. Ares, seeing the bubble, is going to take this an advantage here. It's going to fire off 2 arrows at the one that is inside of the spherical bubble, getting the advantage. 24 strikes, hits 21 points of piercing damage. Then fires off a secondary arrow. Firing that off, it's going to do 22, going to hit, deals 18 points of piercing damage. Then going to extend an action surge, firing off an additional 2 arrows. First arrow of the
Holy
action surge is
moly.
going to be a natural 20, so 2 nat 20s so far, 30 points of piercing damage. And then fires off the 4th and final arrow, and that is going to be 25, which hits, and that does a total
Oh
of
my
20
God.
points of piercing damage.
What was the total?
Is then going to dive into the corner. We had 50, 68, 68 plus 21.
89?
Yep. No, not 89. What have we got? Yeah, 89.
68 plus
Yep,
21.
Yeah.
89. Yep, 89. It's getting late for me. So yeah, 89 points of damage dealt on the single turn. Dust, if you're watching, guess what I can do? No. All right, Ares
was
is
your
going to duck
best
into cover. Sir Dougal, you are up next.
That's terrible. I feel awful. Okay, bonus action. Wild shape into the brown bear. Don't look like
Okay.
that.
Move you back just a little bit, and then also going to give you vision so you can see, because you probably can't see right now.
Can't. You're right. And then we're going to reckless multi.
You gotta let me put the reckless on, bro.
Oh, I thought I held down Alt.
Sometimes it gets sticky, so go make the bite check for me again.
Sure.
All right, so yeah,
Well, now
21.
there's-
Yeah, 21 with
Yeah.
the bite is going to work. 11 points of piercing damage, and then we have the 12 slashing. So it's going to have to take all of that to kill this creature, because you get 5 and then 17 total, because it's able to resist the piercing of the bite. So with 17 total points of damage dealt with the bite and claw attack, you're able to bite into the skull, cracking it, then take the claw down, striking the skull to the ground, breaking it apart. The skull is dead.
I want to run at this guy up here, but is this lightning at an elevation that I would run through it, or is it
run through
higher
it.
off the ground?
You would run through it. You can jump over it, but you will run through it if you do not jump.
Then I will choose to jump, and I'll run to about here-ish.
Okay. It's not a challenging jump. It's not anything that rejects from your movement speed. It's kind of like a hurdle, a low hurdle, very low. You know, it's like just an object underneath. You're kind of just hopping over a little bit. You know. So, all right. Is that the end of your turn?
Oh, sorry. Yes, in turn.
Okay, cool. All right, so we come to this skull. The skull, seeing the creatures that are now here, these 2 badgers. It then is going to throw off a sphere of flame, exploding that outright at the backside of the badgers. As that spherical flame is emerge, any creature that's within 5 feet of the sphere must immediately make a dexterity saving throw as it emerge in space. So go ahead and make 2 dexterity saving throws with the badgers. All right, one badger is going to succeed, only takes 3, and the other badger fails, takes 7 points of fire damage. That is the creature's end of turn. And apparently it's going to roll it automatically. I should have realized that. Okay, so now I got this. You're charging it with the bear. It's going to turn into your direction as you are able to kind of almost grab its attention from looking over at Tardan, getting hit in the backside. It then looks at you in a bear form and fires off a light greenish ray in your direction. Prompting you for a save. Did it come through?
I didn't get it, no.
Okay, go ahead and make a
Oh,
dexterity
dex
save.
one?
Yeah,
Or
go ahead and make
con?
a dexterity saving throw for me, please. All right, a 12 with advantage. You are going to fail, and as such, you take 51 total points of force damage.
Holy crap.
As that passes through, you are going to be reverted back to your form, sent into space. I then need to calculate real quick. You're at max health.
Is it
You take
What'd you say?
17
50?
remainder.
1, 4?
Yep.
That should have been halved, right?
17 remainder. 1 second. Yeah, you're going to half it too. I just want to calculate real quick how much I had left over your bear.
51 is 26. I don't even think it takes me out of bear.
I think it would, but let me see if I took you out of it. Where did you get hit by? Okay, there's the bear. 17 on the fireball. 34 minus. Looking through the chat card, I'm trying to find out how much health you had. No, I think it definitely took you out of bear form, even with the resistance, so I took you off of it. But I erased the number. Calculator. Okay, well, I lost the number, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. 1 second.
Well, I was just thinking 51 damage resisted is 26 or 25.
Yeah, but you didn't have full health on the bear because you're hit by the fireball.
No, he had full health on the bear because he didn't wild shape till after that because he stabbed it.
I
the
didn't-
First time around.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
I
was.
didn't wild
That's
shape
what
till
I.
after it.
Okay, so 17, 26 back to you.
So 26 from 34 means I still have 8 on the bear.
D1 divided by 2, 26. Okay. All right. So that should be accurate. I put your health back on your player character as well. Okay. So with the rage coming through, because you're totem barb, right? So you're able to resist the force damage. Okay. So the disintegration ray is going to emanate outwards, hits you kind of directly, like head on, kind of going through a little bit of a leap. Your turning side fires off in your direction. It hits into your center top torso and then kind of extends outwards as you are raging on resisting that effect as best as possible. Nereus, you're up next.
All right, well. Try to finish this thing.
All right, so getting the advantage from the restraint 27 is going to connect, and that deals a total of 14 points of cold damage. And as that goes through, the creature is unmoving. So you fire off in the center point of its kind of orbis-like structure. It hits in, begins to crystallize, falls down, and shatters to a plume of different shards of its flesh.
All right, that's it.
All right. Now come to this creature. This creature is going to do similar, disengage, and just rise up. Athos, you're up next.
All right. He will move around the pillar and finish this guy off. I assume I'm able to flank with the bear.
You are able to flank the bear, yeah.
Barely.
All right, 23 is able to hit, and you deal 6 points of piercing damage with the stab, stabbing into one of its eye tentacles, getting an additional 13 for a total of 19 total. Creature's still alive.
Bonus action, disengage, just move back over.
Okay. Bonus action is engaged, so you stab through one of the eye tentacles, kind of ripping the eye out, plunging large amounts of this, if there was blood, right, large amounts of blood might be spilling outwards. But the creature is rather undead, right? It's decayed in flesh, so it's difficult to tell what exactly is dealing the most harm. We come to the badgers.
I can't really see what's going on, but the 4 I think that were down here in the bottom left are gonna. I don't know, I guess they can't really reach that guy.
Correct.
They stack on top of one another.
Yeah, they form a badger totem pole.
A badger totem pole.
No, what they'll do is they'll actually run away, behind this pillar kind of thing.
Okay. I can move forward too if you'd like. It's fine.
Yeah, just to hide from line of sight while he's evading them.
Okay. So those 4 are gonna go ducking in to the west side of that pillar.
And they'll hold an action for if something comes near them. And then these 2, I think there were 2 in the bottom right, are
Correct.
gonna do the same thing to the right of that pillar. And
Okay.
then the 2 by the skull are gonna run away from the fire. Here and here kind of
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
And both attack the skull.
All right. Go ahead and make for me 8d20s again. They have advantage with each other.
1, 2, 3. Oh, those are 12s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty disgusting.
Oh, they're just badgers.
All right. They're all going to hit besides the last one. So we're going to have 1 claw strike not hit. So go ahead and make 2d6 and 2d4 for me.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Total of 9. Teeth resisted to 2. Then 4. And then 2 more on top for the modifiers. Alright. So concentration is going to fail on the second one. The combined damage
And
D6
then-
isn't high enough.
And then they're going to end their turn.
Okay. So as they come on either side, nipping away and biting at the skull, skull's distracted, dropping concentration of the flaming sphere. Kind of cackling inside, kind of moving side to side. The creature here at the bottom left corner is really kind of looking at what it can see, and it sees a giant bear, and as such, it's going to fire off a ray at the bear. Right, it's going to fire off another disintegration ray in your direction. But a green beam is sent out towards you.
Alt. Dex.
Okay, a 14.
Bears have terrible dexterity.
All right, 14 is going to be a success against this particular ray as it fires off at you. It's slow, moving this creature, fires it off. You could have ducked down low and sends it off above you. Ends turn. All right, Tartan, you're up next.
Yeah, they've got that one. I don't like the skulls. I think I'm going to actually dash, hopping over the beam like I saw Dougal do.
Okay.
And I'm going to take my
One.
dash action to kind of run back here into the darkness for a little bit. And I will end my turn back here.
All right. Ending turn, we now come to Ares. Ares is going to sidestep into the outlet, looking in the direction of one of the creatures, fires off 2 arrows. First arrow comes through, 16 is going to hit, deals 18 points of piercing damage, and as such, the creature drops down dead. As it lands into the central eye, slightly turns, creature falls into the ground, unmoving. Then it's going to see what it has in its sight range, which these creatures are still in the light, and fires off an arrow in the direction of south at what it can see. 21 is going to hit that orbish creature floating inside of the blue dim light, giving off from the pillar. 23 total points of damage. It's then going to sidestep and getting back into total cover. Sir Dougal, you're up next.
I'm going to try and break line of sight. Stupid. Man. I can't really get to. Yeah, alright. I'll just dash. Move and dash to get to
Okay.
here. And end my turn.
All right. End turn. Now come to this skull here. This skull is going to disengage and fly up nearby the cavern ceiling, showcasing that it does have a fly speed. It goes up 18 feet, almost to the ceiling. It then is going to actually move an additional 20 feet as it begins to showcase how quickly it actually can move. Nary, you're up next.
Let's see like anything. He'll move there and he'll just propel his water along 30 feet as his action.
All right. Go ahead and put your cursor where you want it.
Just across. That's a straight line, so 30 feet wherever, if that's 30 feet.
Okay, I'll put it there. All right, ending turn. Now come to the other creature hit by, in the bottom right corner, hit by an arrow, but still does not perceive. There's a visible light, but the barrier line of sight to you, Nereus, is broken. It looks in the direction of the bear, who's just been soaking damage the whole fight. Sends out a bluish beam at the bear. All right, Sir Dougal, you are going to succeed with a natural 20. You're going to half that damage and then half it again for a rage. You take a total of 8 points of damage, which is exactly
no.
which is exactly the same. Let's see if I can revert you here. No carryover, so you should be at 26, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. As the end of that Orbish creature's turn. Athos, you're next.
All right. Everything is really far away.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's just gonna move this way. Then action dash. Another 30 feet. And then bonus action toss a heel at Dougal.
Okay. All right, 8 points of healing to you.
This time.
Okay, come to the Badgers.
Dude, these badgers. How tall are these, like, pedestal looking things? Are they columns that extend right to the ceiling?
Are you talking about the pillars? Yeah, they go up to the ceiling, 20 feet up.
Right to the ceiling.
Mhm.
Do badgers have climb speeds?
No, but they have a burrow.
Well, that doesn't really help.
Burrow up the pillar.
Yeah, right. Burrow-
Electrocute.
burrow
Roasted
at a
badger.
crazy tangent angle. No, here's what these four in the bottom left are going to do. They're going to pop out behind here. The two by the two that were by the skull are going to run down to
Okay.
underneath this guy. And these two are going to pop out to here like that.
Okay.
and all of them are going to hold all their actions for attacks if and when any hostile comes near them.
All right. Looks in the direction of you, Sir Dougal. Firing off a dark turquoise beam. Succeeding with a 20. Ending turn. Tardan, you're up next.
Alright. I think I'm finally within range. I'll step a little bit closer because it's in the sky, just to be on the safe side. I'm going to Cutting Words, so Unsettling Words, the one closest to me. And then I'm going to hope that this works, and I'm going to blind it.
All right. Okay. It is blinded.
Sweet.
It doesn't look any different the way it was before.
I'm just hoping that it can't perceive things. It's fine. I'm going to walk this way, and I will end my turn there.
Come to Ares. Ares is going to poke out, rinse and repeat. 2 arrows fired at what it can perceive in the faint dim light, which is the Orbis creature at the south side. 11 is going to be a miss, fires off the second arrow, and a natural 20.
Jeez.
Wow. 3 natural 20s, 27 points of damage dealt, is then going to tuck back into total cover. Sir Dougal, you're up next. 3 nat 20s.
He's killing it. Doing way better now than he ever had when he was here.
Dang.
Yikes.
Time for a roster switch.
Oof.
That's rough.
I'm going to take a... Well, what do you mean? It is. It's terrible. I'm going to take a Wild Shape Brown Bear again. That's my bonus action, and then my action is going to try and reach 10 feet in the air, right?
You can reach 10 feet as a bear, yeah.
I want to try
large
and
size.
grapple this guy and bring him down to the ground.
All right, go ahead and make a athletics check or an acrobatics check. Or sorry, athletics check, please.
It's like the circus bear with the beach ball.
Terrible.
It's going to succeed with a 15. You have to grab on. Kind of pulls away from
Force
you.
you
All
End of my turn.
right, we now come
So
to
weird it loads me without full health.
the skull. As the skull does, it fires off a fireball direction of bear.
All that coming.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait a second. I got a lot of deck saves to make. 1,
Yeah, you do,
2,
because you control them.
3, 4, and
Gonna
I
use the,
will take a danger sense.
It does not matter what the Badgers roll. It's just FYI.
The Badgers are dead.
Okay.
The Badgers are dead. All right, what do we got? Okay, so we have a 12 from Tartan. Is that accurate?
Yeah, does the pillar provide any cover from the...
Yeah, you take no damage. You're behind the pillar. The fireball was plopped right here. So, Athos, it did connect with you. Athos, the 10 deck save, but you use your Ring of Evasion to succeed instead.
Yep.
Okay. You take 19 total points of fire damage.
I have evasion, so none.
None. Putting 19 back to you. You're able to get out of the fuck out of the way! Diving down to the ground, using the ring, moving with supernatural speed as you're able to get out of the way of that. No reason to roll your con save, which I think is for the invisibility anyways.
I think that was for invisibility, yeah.
Which is ended. We can get rid of that. I think I still have you as unconscious. Let me see if I can get rid of that too. I think I've put like 3 different unconscious effects on you. So let me get rid of it. All right.
Extra knockdown.
Extra knockdown. Just gonna tack on the damage manually. It does not matter, right? These creatures are gone. All right, now we come to the bear. The bear with the 16.
Succeed?
All right, you are going to succeed on that, and you're going to half the damage, then half it again. the rage. Take 9 points of damage.
Yikes.
Natural 20. So many saves with a nat 20 from Mr. Dougal. Nereus, you're up next.
All right, he is, as his action, going to send the water up. So it moves in a straight line, so it can move. I think it can move in the air. Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no more than 10 feet. No more than 10 feet, no. So it can't.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if it's 10 feet tall, then, well, I don't know.
That would
10
catch
feet
it.
off the ground, 10 feet tall, it would catch it.
Okay, well, that needs to make strength saving throw.
Yep.
DC 16.
Fails with a natural 1.
It is restrained.
And there's also more too, because it's small, right?
It's just restrained. I mean, it just means that more things can fit in there, but, like,
Gotcha.
that's fine. He can
Okay.
move it around and ask him, but that's
How about badger corpses?
It is restrained.
it. Yeah, he could have all the badger corpses in there.
Badger corpses. All right. Anything else?
That's it. He just moved against the pillars.
All right. Gonna end your turn there. And now we come to the next eye monster. This eye monster looks at the direction of the badgers that are underneath. And it fires off a bluish ray at one of them. Tell you, it's not going to matter what this badger does to save. It's
Oh, come
going
on,
to
he succeeded.
die. It succeeded. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Takes 16 points of damage and it's dead. Ending turn. Aethos, you're next.
Goodbye, my small bears.
Alright, he will.
Oh, is this poison dagger time?
This is probably the most ridiculous encounter he's ever had in here, I would imagine.
The badgers are useful. They've been super
Yeah, that was
helpful.
my idea. I think it's great. It's just funny. The badger's getting blown up all over the place.
It's badger bodies flying around the room.
All right, firing off a guiding bolt, 25, 19 points of radiant damage, and the creature is alit with this radiant light. The creature is still alive.
And bonus action, hide. Oh, wait. Am I done moving? The 30 feet? Yeah. Yeah, he'll just bonus action try to hide behind the eye monster from all the other eye monsters.
Okay. We now come to the eye monster that is currently blinded. Ah! All right, fires off a paralyzation ray and the direction of the skull. Skull is able to succeed. Takes no effect. Charge, you're up next.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 10-foot step out here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go all 30 feet around here. And I'm going to target this one with a chromatic orb.
Okay. So, throwing out a chromatic orb, a 12 is going to be a miss. So send it outwards. Creature is not hit by it. Dodges out of the way.
I will end my turn there.
All right, rinse and repeat. Can we do more damage, Ares? We are going to. Firing off 2 arrows. Plunk, 1 arrow, 15 hits. 20 points of piercing damage. Plunk, here comes another arrow. How is it going to hit? 17, and it does 19 points of damage. Ares is crushing it.
Jesus.
Moves back into total cover. Ends turn. We come to the
And
bear.
you shoot at the skull.
We're going to recklessly attack the. Well, actually, before I say that, is there? Do I have my vision as a bear? I don't think is. Can't really see anything as a player. Is there somebody right behind it that
Yeah, Athos.
the bear would see?
Well, kind of at an angle. Depends
You
if
technically,
shuffle.
it's blinded, so it doesn't matter. If you're
Oh, you
blinded.
have
Oh,
advantage
oh.
anyway. Yeah.
Cool. Terrific. Then not reckless, just normal. We're going to attack.
All right, 15 with the bite hits, and 25 with the claws hit. 12 and 12, so 24 total points of damage. The creature's bit and raked across its orbis flesh. We then come to the skull. The skull is going to try to take its action to get out of the restraints. And fails. Ending turn. Nereus, you're up next.
All right. Move out, and as his action, I'll move down that way. So I'll move the orb down.
And the skull goes with it, right?
Yep, it's restrained, so it has no choice. Yep. Just kind of have it land there.
Okay. Also going to put it like right there. And are you lowering it down, or are you just kind of carrying it across?
I'll lower it down, yeah. So Sir Dougal wants to attack it. He doesn't have to, but he can.
So I'm going to put it to attacking range, put down to...
You just put it, yeah, it's on the ground, so no more.
No. There you go. Only like 5 feet hovering up, right? Okay. Should we watch more badgers die? I think we shall.
Oh no.
What?
Kita's gonna cancel us.
Fires up a bluish ray at the badger. Does not matter how the badger saves or doesn't save. The badger is dead. Ends turn. Aethos, you're up next.
All right. Well, now that the nasty is down where he can reach it, I'm gonna go after that thing.
Okay. Ooh, almost on that one. You got the advantage
that was-
from Guiding
Thank
Bolt
God for
and
guiding bolt.
24 3 points of piercing damage. You can add think.
Yeah.
And 13 points of sneak attack damage, striking through. Creature is succumbs as you stab through the skull. Splinters and bone fragments as it falls towards the ground.
That was all I'm moving. Okay. He will. Got that. Bonus action dash back behind that guy.
Okay.
His turn.
All right. We now come to this eye monster that is blind. Then rotates all the way around, looks in the direction of Tartan. Tartan fires up
Of
a
course.
bluish beam into your direction.
Oh my god.
I thought I was going to be the one rolling.
Failing with the 10. You take
Can you
36
take that?
points of necrotic damage. Splinters and fires off in your direction. At the end of its turn, it'll make a con save. 9 fails, so it's still blinded. Tartan, you're up next.
All right. Well, I'm gonna return the favor here.
Oh, you're still alive.
Yeah, I'm still alive. Don't worry about Tartan. We're going to upcast this because I'm annoyed, and I should have advantage, right?
It depends on what it is, yeah. Natural 20! Upcasting! Chromatic Orb! What type of damage?
Fire.
Holy come
Fire! 59 total points of damage dealt to the creature. The creature is dead. This fires off.
How much overkill was
Fireball, this ball of fire, sending outwards, it kind of slanges into the mouth of the creature. As it goes inside the creature, creature begins to crack, become molten, and then explodes outwards in a bunch of goo and brittleness.
Mine was better, and I'm just gonna walk away and end my turn here.
All right, 8 points of overkill, not much. Ares next. Ares is gonna try to finish this off with 2 more arrows, I should say. 19 hits. First arrow comes through. 17 points of piercing damage. Creature is dead. That is the end.
The badgers. The badgers attack.
They just start eating the thing.
All right, end of combat. Creatures are all fell inside of this space. All the Orbish creatures and the skulls. Many of the badgers have been displaced and dead. There's
We
only
still have 2 badgers.
2 badgers alive. They look at your direction. Sir Dougal's a bear. They look And a small tear comes from one. The other one wraps its arms around and begins to pat it on its head. And slowly that one raises a middle finger from its paw at your direction. Speaks an animal. You bastard, you! Why'd
I
you
didn't
summon
do
my
it.
family here from the Feywild so they could be slaughtered? I lost all of my children. Thankfully, the youngest is still alive. A mere pup. Born last summer.
Paul, thank you so much for your service.
Let us go home, please! You bastard!
I'll dismiss them.
The bear eats them.
I mean, Neris is going
Nom,
to move
nom,
the
nom.
watery sphere on top of them, but that's fine too.
Drown them.
All right.
Yeah, so shall we examine the thing?
I suppose. Well, I'm not. You don't understand me.
The bear examines the thing.
This build is so stupid.
So
Let me
hovering,
just speak.
hovering about 2 feet off of the rune, so 9 feet right from the base of the floor here. This is a radius of only about 8 inches or so. It has a key that's slightly oversized that fits into either side of the conical shell, very much like a mint shape, right? So it's this kind of a sphere, but it's flattened on either end, and then has the conical type kind of shell. Right, if you took a brush and you went through a little bit, making little swishes, and that goes in a pattern all the way through on either side. It's maybe mithril, silver, right, material, but beyond that, nothing else stands out.
So it clearly requires some sort of a key to properly activate.
That would be your assumption, yes.
Well, I suppose I could try and pick it. I suspect that would be quite difficult, though.
What if you just got rid of these runes on the ground?
Yeah, does it seem like we can examine to disrupt or?
Make an Arcana check. So 24, based on the runes and what's happening here, okay? It's not necessarily that this lock is emerging the magic. You're kind of going back, where's the power source, right? An object that's that small, if it has that much power, you can dispel it, and then all of a sudden this trap is wasted, right? This trap doesn't work. Not just the lock in your mind area based on the runes and positioning of this abjuration, conjuration, and transmutation magic. Not just the lock is emerging power, but it seems that Tresgal itself is a power source to this lock. Whatever was done to make them undead is also empowering its same imprisonment.
So we have to kill the dragon.
To free the dragon.
That's deep.
It's real fucking deep.
Arden's okay with this.
Well, just for the sake of it, he'll try and cast a spell magic on the lock.
All right. Go ahead and make a check for me, please, based on your spellcasting modifier.
That's all I got.
Spare the dying. You sending it out.
I'm just tapping on Tard, and he's kind of hurt. It's like, don't die.
So I think for you, it's
Thought
just
about
going to
stepping
be
back.
an intelligence check, right?
Yeah.
Natural
Hey.
Wow.
20. So as you
out of here.
reach out to the lock, holding out your hands to dispel magic, you are able to suspend the magic for a very split second, very brief moment in time. but after the magic has been dispelled, it rejuvenates back to it. As your check kind of told you before, that the source of power is in fact Tresgal's. Whatever made Tresgal undead, whatever magic is instilled into that dragon, it empowers this lock. So you're only able to kind of maybe put a little dam up to the flow, and then after that, it pours over. So if you had a way of communicating like Tresgal, now's the time, try to break the shackles. It is possible that you might be able to work through this if you want to dispel magic and attempt to get Tresgal out of the space in real time, right? There might be a way to suspend this in that split second of 6 seconds and then have Tresgal go to work trying to break the chains as a possibility. Another possibility, playing off of, I think, what your character would know, is trying to find something to fill the space of the lock, right? So the lock requires a key. Clearly, that would be another magical item to fit into the lock. But does it need to be that item, or it could be something else that is the same shape as the key? And from that, you might be able to infer that your dispel magic could be a little bit longer as the spell tries to figure out if the key is successful or not. Kind of the only two things I can give you at this point.
Okay. And he heard Tresgal in its head, right? After the channeling of the essence, right?
You did, yeah.
Well, I beat. Guess I'll have to try again later once he communicates with Tresgal.
Okay. All right. So as you throw off a dispel magic and you attempt to free your dragon, you know that you can. You know that there is potentials, possibilities, right? Even if this doesn't work, you just got to find a key somehow to fit into this. We're going to conclude the session there. It's a good time to stop. Definitely went over, but we also started later. I'm going to go. I went ahead and calculate experience for you all at this stage. Make sure I added it properly to your totals.
I mean, flooding that entire, like, we're basically eventually flooding this entire area. That's worth a lot of XP. So. We defeated this entire dungeon with water.
We defeated the world.
All right, I believe. So it should be 2,360 experience each, but you had 41,695. I did my math correctly.
It helps if I type correctly.
Okay.
We're halfway there.
Halfway there.
Mhm.
Can I ask about my on my user interface? I see in my actors directory,
Yeah,
I
you
see,
see a lot
like,
of bears.
a stupid amount.
Yeah, a lot of bears, right?
So many bears have crashed.
Every
It's
time.
all good.
Yeah, exactly. Are you still here?
Actually, to do, is that happening every wild shape? Basically, it's
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad. Could you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear me.
but yeah, you came clear there. Every time that you wild shape, it is going to create a new character sheet for that wild shape. So yes, I just
my
have to.
God.
I just have to go through and delete it. That's all.
Can I do it or
No,
no?
I can.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. I generally allow
Okay.
it to fill. Since we're in a kind of a combat and counter area, I generally will let it just fill up, or I'll be deleting like about stuff over
Right.
and over again. I'll be
Right.
deleting. I just let it build up. It's not really that big of a deal. Yours is always going to be the first one on the list. because it goes by
Gotcha.
alphabetical, and those are last in alphabetical. So you'll always be first in that. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just didn't want to snooker you with the job of like maintenance.
It's a problem with Foundry. It always has been. I think back when I first got Foundry, it's always been that way. People have made, they've made macros, they've made other things, but the problem that really comes down to is the fact that you need a new character sheet for a token that's represented on the board. So you have to make it, and there isn't a way to just delete that character sheet. You could be in wild shape for 15 minutes, you could be in wild shape for 30 minutes, right? Like, there's no way that you could like have the character sheet be deleted. I think what people talked about is that if I restore transformation, that should be enough to delete that sheet. But because you can restore your own transformation, you cannot have the permission to delete a character sheet at the same time. Players cannot have that, because if that's the case, you can delete your own character sheet, and that's a huge problem, right? Like your own personal one, or others, if you have observations of them. So the Foundry doesn't allow you to delete your own sheets. It's not something that, and in fact, Foundry didn't allow you to delete your own tokens. And I used to have a module that allowed you to do that. I don't have that anymore because it was deleting tokens randomly. So
That could be a problem.
I had a player in Sunday's group, their token would just randomly delete. It was super funny, but it was annoying. So it's not a big deal. I've dealt with it. I have other druids in other games. It's just normal. It just happens. So don't feel bad.
Okay.
Lesson learned: don't play a druid. Got it.
Don't play druid bad. What the hell are you doing, Rob? All right. So we're wrapped up there. Any questions you all have at all? No? Okay, cool. Well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it, and staying late with us. Got started late, obviously, so we went through the whole shenanigans of this exploration, and freeing this dragon. And we're coming closer and closer with each step, albeit 3 steps back and 2 steps forward, I'd imagine today, but we're getting closer. So anyways, hope you join us next week, and we will see you then. So bye.